What is up, everybody? We are officially here for the 2023 NFL Draft. Welcome inside the Guilty as Charged podcast, and we'll be streaming all night long as we cover this upcoming draft. So, joining me tonight is my guy Tyler. Tyler, what's up, man? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty well. And oh wait, this just in, I passed my Ed TPA. I found out today.
Hey, let's go!
Yay! Good things today. If the Chargers aren't winning, I'm winning.
Hey, man, it's been a good week for you overall, though.
Yeah, something else happened this week. I can't think of whatever else would have happened this week. Not bad. Anything happened for you, Steven?
Just living the dream, getting the podcast picked up by the team that we cover. So, it's big dubs this week. So,
yeah.
Honestly, sincerely, thank you guys for all of the positive messages, tweets. Everything this week has been everything that we could have wanted, obviously covering the Chargers the last 4 years and being picked up by the team. It's been a lot of positive vibes this week, and we are so grateful and blessed for all of you guys and all of your support. So sincerely, thank you again. There's been a lot of people. I've tried to respond to as many of you as I can. It's been kind of an overwhelming in a good way kind of week. So it's been so much fun, and the video this week went crazy. So it's been a good week for us.
Yeah, I really don't know what to say because, other than thank you, because we wouldn't be here without this community. Steven and I, we just wanted to talk football. It's really all this was. And then people gave us a platform, and then people were watching, and you guys comment and you like, or you dislike and you disagree. And it just kind of kept building from there. And the Chargers sent out a tweet and we were on it, and we were in it. And then we're in the video. Wild stuff. I sincerely thank everyone for the comments. I think I've gone through it and tried to comment on everyone's comment and reply. I think about 350 comments on that video total because you guys are just showing so much positive support, and it's really, really heartwarming. Thank you so much. I know my mom's watching right now, so thank you very much, Mom, for all the support as well in the super chats. You sent in some super chats, and I get myself a new microphone. You got me that Keenan Allen jersey, so thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Mom. Love you. And then, everyone, amazing. The whole Guilty as Charged family, everyone we've worked with, thank you so much. But, this doesn't happen. I asked, so I kicked off the idea, but this doesn't happen without Steven. I don't think people understand how hard Steven works to get this going and how it wouldn't be a thing if he didn't stick around. I had to leave to go do my stem cell research internship, and Steven stuck around and figured it out and made things work, and he set up the guests for today. Steven works his ass off, man. So Steven, I appreciate you and thank you.
Thank you for the kind words, man. It's been a ride, man. And this is again exceeded all expectations. I think when we first started, obviously Jason Valier was on the show with us, and it was kind of just hey, we just want to be able to talk about some film and watch some film and everything like that. And we were just yeah, let's do it twice a week, just something low key, let's just have a great time. And then it kind of evolved into everything. And then Alex joined in because like you said, you had to leave, and so it was me, Jason, and Alex for a month, and then Jason decided up and join the army. So shout out to Jason, recent father. Congratulations, by the way. And then for a while it was just me and Alex, and I remember Alex was recording from his closet in Miami because it was the only place where he could get some quiet from his roommates and everything like that. So it's been a grind. Then we started the YouTube channel, and I was actually trying to go back and look at some of our previous mock drafts, and none of us had any backgrounds or anything like that. Now I have a little bit of an elevation for my computer, and my old computer was looking straight up at me, and you could just see my big head, and so it's always been fun looking back at that and just seeing how far we've come. I remember listening to the first interview I did with Yogi Roth from the Pac-12 Network, and I remember thinking man, I sound so nervous. What the heck is wrong with me? I was just talking football. Come on. And so, it's been a lot of fun to look back and see how far we've come. And, none of it would be possible without you. We had somebody reach out to us this week and say, one of the reasons that they like our podcast is because of how diverse it is and how many different people we include and everything like that. And that's all Tyler, man. Like, it was Tyler's idea to bring on Arjun. It was Tyler's idea to bring on Maddie Schmidt. It was Tyler's idea to, maybe to, start working with the Chargers Wires guys. So, this is like, this whole collaboration, I think we work so well together because we just want to keep pushing things to new heights and, try and do things bigger and better. And we've been able to do it. And, thank you as well to you, Tyler.
Yeah. Thanks, man. And Steven's going to be at my wedding. He's a groomsman. So, I mean, we met on Bolt Beat and we messaged on Facebook Messenger. Now Steven's a groomsman at my wedding. Like, crazy stuff, man. And we're with the Chargers are hosting our episode once a week. Like, what the heck, man? I don't know. I didn't expect that. That's for sure.
No, definitely not. And, all started with a DM saying like, hey, I like to write for a living. I would like to write about the Chargers, and, just kind of random. And Tyler took a shot on me and had to, send my name with the higher ups and get approved. So, shout out to the Volpe Times as well. So, it's been a crazy week, man. And like I said, we could not be more fortunate and blessed to start with this. And so, there's been some questions about just kind of how like the partnership came about, and as well as like really how this is going to work. And so, as some of you know, we've been able to interview some of the Chargers players over the last couple of seasons. So there's been some relationship on our behalf with, the Chargers organization at a very, minimal level. And so the Eagles and Cardinals just traded.
It's like a day two swap.
Argent's, day two swap.
Oh, okay. So Arjun's in the background for those who can there. But
that's not what my fiance sounds like.
Yeah. So there's been some kind of relationship between us and the Chargers, and they've been able to, facilitate some interviews with us. And they reached out, the production team reached out to us back at the kind of like end of January, early February. And they were like, hey, we're thinking of like increasing your access to the team, kind of doing a greater collaboration. Can you send us some of your like numbers and stats and stuff like that? And we were like, yeah, sure. Like, no problem. And Tyler and I were thinking initially like, oh, this is like, they're just going to do like, interviews every single week with us, or like maybe 2 interviews a month or something like that. And we would have been super excited for that. Like, that'd be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then we met with them and they were like, no, we want to put one of your episodes on our feeds exclusively every single week. And we were like, holy shit. And so it's been a crazy thing for us to work with them. But basically we are taking one episode of ours a week, and they are producing it for us and sending it out to the masses. So every single Tuesday, our episodes will be on the Chargers feeds. And then everything else we do is on our channel as usual, so we'll still do weekly interviews. We'll still do Q&As. We'll still have game previews and stuff like that. But basically on Tuesday, we're going to be on the Chargers feeds. Every other show that we do and Q&A and everything like that will all be here. So not a whole lot changes. It's just, the one episode a week is on a different feed, and it happens to be produced by the Chargers themselves.
Yeah, I suppose that's a slight difference than what we've been working with. But yeah, I really, when we got that first meeting, it was just like, would you like your dreams to come true right now?
Yeah.
And like, it's like, yeah, sure. That sounds really cool. And it did. Amazing. We were stunned. And then I had to go to class. Like, people, my friend Kyle was like literally taking a Snapchat of me, videoing me, because she could tell I was so excited, but she had no idea what. And I'm sitting, like, I just went to UCI in my t-shirt. I'm like, it's gonna be a quick meeting, whatever. And then like, it was a lot. And so it was amazing. Seriously, did not expect it. And I'm ready to see what the Chargers do tonight at 21.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to talk about all of it as Bijan Robinson is currently being interviewed on ESPN by Susie Kohlberg. He's not wearing blue, for those who are keeping track of that one. But also a bit of some breaking news from Lindsay Theory at ESPN. She's covering the Chargers draft party tonight. Justin Herbert is apparently about 75% healthy after the torn labrum surgery. So he's doing well, apparently. He has not thrown since the end of the season, but he is he's doing well, about 75% of the way So if that's the case, I would expect him to be throwing by training camp, and then we'll kind of see how that goes. But Brandon Staley did say earlier this week that, or not earlier this week, a couple weeks ago, I want to say that they didn't know if he was going to be able to throw at OTAs in the few weeks. So we'll kind of see how that one goes. But 75% at this point in time, it's good. I think that's pretty good progress for him.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really know what to expect. I should ask Jameson that question, but dang, like so unfortunate to see your quarterback like this, and really going into tonight and this week, like you got to keep that, I think, in mind. Like your quarterback's on the mend, whether it's offensive line depth, whether it's, a receiver, whether it's a blocking tight end. Like you look at your quarterback who got banged up last year, kind of in more like an unfortunate way than just like the hits that he took, but just like was kind of more unlucky than anything. It wasn't like, I don't know, Tua in 2021.
Very true.
But still, you got to look at that and him not even be able to throw right now and think like, we got to get this guy help. And people are like, well, how much help does Herbert need? Like, as much as you can get him. He's a star quarterback. Like, surround star quarterback with talent. Everyone should do that. It doesn't matter who it is. I mean, the Chiefs might take Quentin Johnson tonight, so yeah, I really hope the Chargers do note where Herbert is, and the fact that this contract is about to hit soon. I don't know anything. I'm just saying like it's going to hit soon.
Yeah.
And surround him with as much talent as possible.
Yeah. So Daniel Popper did add some extra clarification here. Justin Herbert said that the expected recovery time was 5 to 6 months after the surgery. So if he had the surgery in end of January-ish, he's looking at June, July as being able to be like 100%. And Justin said that he is hopeful to start some, quote, light throwing in the coming weeks. So, that's where Justin Herbert is at. But the help thing is interesting because it's like every team does this. Like, I mean, Patrick Mahomes has Travis Kelce, and they just paid an offensive tackle, $20 million. And, they're probably, like you said, drafting another weapon tonight. They traded for Kadarius Toney midseason. The Miami Dolphins traded for Jalen Ramsey. Like these teams help their quarterbacks. Like that's part of the thing. Like, once they get expensive, you can kind of work out some things. But, that every quarterback needs help. Even Tom Brady needed help to get over the hump with Gronk and Julian Edelman and all those guys, Randy Moss. So, get our guys some help. Maybe not in the first round, but specifically on offense. But we'll see what happens tonight.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like it's going to be that tight end from Notre Dame. Arjun, Alex, and I all agreed Michael Mayer was at least, the betting favorite. Like once we get to 21, I kind of feel like we'll know, or at least you have a pretty good idea. But it seems like the betting favorite. And then, of course, Daniel Jeremiah, Dane Brugler, and Pete Schrager all go out and go Mayer. So unless you're trading up, like Brentley Weissman suggests for Bijan Robinson, if Mayer's there, if it's not an edge rusher, like if the edge rusher isn't there, I don't see how they take one of these receivers over Mayer. Like that just seems to be where they're headed, and I'm totally cool with it. Like I would actually be genuinely pumped for one of these two tight ends. Now I say one of these two though. I want to specify.
Yeah. Real quick, thank you, especially to Ron Gotti for the super sticker.
Sorry,
that's okay. Obviously, if you guys want to throw out some super stickers, some super chats, we greatly appreciate that throughout the show tonight. So, like Tyler said, kind of getting back to it. This is going to be a really fun night. We've got a lot of fun guests planned on to hop on the show, and we're trying to again take this live stream to new heights. So, Billy Marshall from Blue Wire, our fellow Blue Wire co-worker, if you will, is going to be joining us first. That's going to be around the 5th pick. So he covers the Carolina Panthers and the draft as well. So we're going to be able to pick his brain and see, exactly kind of how it's feeling in Panther land after they presumably draft Bryce Young in a few minutes here. Brentley Weissman, who used to work for the Chargers and currently does work for the Draft Network, will be joining us. He's had some spicy takes about the Chargers on Twitter, including predicting a trade up for Bijan Robinson in his final mock draft. And so I'm excited to see pick his brain a little bit. Maybe the Chargers will be on the clock at that specific time, which would be kind of fun. We'll see what happens there. And then we're going to have some other friends of mine, Daniel Harms, as well as Shane Carter. Daniel Harms works for Fantasy Astronauts and is a Chiefs fan himself and covers the Chiefs. So we'll be able to pick his brain a little bit for later on to see, you know, what the Chiefs are exactly doing. And they've been a team rumored to be looking to trade up tonight. So that should be fun. And then Shane Carter covers the Cowboys for A to Z Sports. So there's obviously a lot of connections between the Chargers and the Cowboys at this point in time. Can pick his brain a little bit about Kellen Moore and see what maybe the Cowboys could be doing at 26 after the Chargers are picking. So going to be a lot of fun with those four. And then obviously at some point tonight, Arjun will be on. Alex will be on. Alex has been going through the whole circle of emotions as the team has been the Eagles have potentially been linked to trading up for Jalen Carter. So you know, we'll see if he's going to be on the show when the Eagles are actually picking. But if not, we'll have a good time. So all in all, we're going to have 6 different guests tonight. More guests coming tomorrow, including Hayden Winks from Underdogs Fantasy Sports and some others. So it's going to be a lot of fun tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow night. And man, I love the draft, and I love, you know, talking with people who love the draft as well. And we get to have a lot of them on the show tonight and tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's fun. There are people that we're maybe sort of rivals with, I guess, because of the teams they cover. But it's still like we do like a lot of these players. You know, a lot of these players going early, going late, whatever. Like, we're kind of excited for them too, because you've watched them. You've spent, you know, if you watch 3 games on all 22, it's probably an hour and a half minimum just to get through those games, depending on who you're watching. Unless it's like Lucas Van Ness, who doesn't start till the 3rd quarter. But you know, otherwise, you kind of root for all these guys. So it'd be nice to just talk with the guests and see, like, you know, who they're interested in. Yeah, I kind of feel like we sort of know who's going for what, but this draft feels so wide open. I'm really curious who everyone's favorite is, or who is kind of the favorite to go to different things. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate Tim Stewart in the chat as well, throwing us a super sticker. Tim's been a longtime supporter of the show. We greatly appreciate him, and obviously all of you guys in here as well. One other quote from Justin Herbert at the Chargers draft party, this via Popper as well. When asked about contract negotiations, he said, quote, "I've got complete faith in the Chargers organization and the front office. I've loved being a part of this team and being a part of this organization. It's kind of beyond my control as to what happens now." So obviously Lamar Jackson got his payday today. Finally with the Baltimore Ravens, his contract annual value is about $52 million. And I think the final number I saw was $185 million guaranteed. So obviously Justin Herbert is up next. You know, I think there's it makes no sense, in my opinion, to have Joe Burrow go next. I think it's going to be Justin. So Joe Burrow probably ends up being the last one to get his deal done this year. So Herbert extension is on deck.
Sorry, but the pizza arrived. No, it's a DoorDash. Anyway,
where'd you guys DoorDash from?
Some like place nearby. Pizza did something, I don't know, but she just wanted a cheese pizza. So,
just a cheese pizza?
I know, but we have like chicken flautas, we have guac, we have other like Mexican food and stuff like that here. We have a bunch of junk crap. I ordered a ton of food, so we just also happen to get a cheese pizza, which can be good warm, it can be good cold.
Ben S says, "Stay smart, Tyler. No free brand shout outs." Yeah, whatever pizza.
Did I ever say how much I
from.
liked Monster energy drinks?
Appreciate Let's Hustle as well, sending in a super sticker. So looks like the draft is about to kick off. The ESPN is coming back from a big commercial break, so we might get the start of it officially. You know, getting the Panthers on the clock. Yep. Okay, here's Mr. Roger Goodell.
Real quick, just for everyone wondering, for anti-spoiling, Steven or I don't know who's going to be first in the coverage, but Steven will wait till react till I see the pick, or vice versa. And then we'll probably like both have our hand up or something. After we both unmute and then we talk, like we're going to spoil the pick, I guess. So don't watch us until you know who it is.
Yeah.
Just leave some comments and likes and stuff like that. But once both of us know, then we're going to be talking, but
yeah, I mean, we would appreciate anybody in the chat to not be spoiling. Obviously, we cannot control you guys for the whole show, but if you get too excited, we understand. At each time the whatever team is on the clock, I'm going to unmute my iPad. So I have my iPad right next to me streaming the draft from ESPN. As Kevin Kernick points out, I would suggest muting Twitter for a little bit. Like I think part of the beauty of the draft is being able to like live react really, but that's just me. So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. As Brandon points out, one of our members, if someone trades, cause like that's news, but it's not like the pick. So sure. Send that in. That's totally fine. If there's some drama, I guess the Cardinals were tampering or something.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm mostly staying off Twitter. Someone asked me like, is there any smoke to this? Is there any validity to this? Like, I'm just here to watch today. Like, I'm here to hang out, eat my cheese pizza, drink whatever drink someone pays me to drink. So yeah, commissioner's up, and okay, see you guys in 3 hours when the Chargers pick.
No, Eric Stone Street from Modern Family is doing something right now. Oh, we don't want to hear about them and their Super Bowl victory.
Yeah, boo, Casey, boo.
I feel like Kansas City is probably going to be a super fun city to host the draft. I think Nashville sounds like a lot of people's like favorite place, and Vegas was fun. I had a lot of fun in Vegas last year, but you have to go to Vegas.
Yeah, it was. Their setup was okay. Speaking of Vegas, Julie Munson, my aunt Julie from Vegas, who hosted us, sends a super sticker. Thank you very much,
Shout out Julie.
Aunt Julie is also a teacher, so Aunt Julie, I passed the NTPA, so I'll be doing that thing.
It's classic, just NFL and ESPN stuff, man. Like, oh, we're starting the draft at 5, and then here's 15 minutes of Travis Kelce yelling and repeating his parade speech.
I feel like this one's going to go later than most because it's in the city where the team won the Super Bowl. So
yeah. Okay.
God.
Kelce's
is it Mahomes talking?
No, Mahomes I think did a brief thing. So.
23 NFL draft is now officially open.
All right, so you're.
The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
Kelce is just not coming on to talk for me, so I think you're like 20 seconds ahead of me.
Well, there we go. All right, so the Panthers are officially on the clock. Patrick Mahomes just jokingly motioned to throw the Lombardi Trophy into the crowd. I think that would have been hilarious, but obviously it didn't happen.
Oh, I would let that hit me in the face and sue.
Give me that extra paycheck.
Millionaire. Yeah, exactly. I'm also getting $50 million a year.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, everybody in the chat pointing out this is bad TV. This is why you're watching our stream, right? Like, gotta get guilty as charged out there.
Yeah. Watch the fans of a team that's not won the Super Bowl.
One day.
This year.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. Can you imagine covering the Chargers, working for the Chargers, and it's the first time they win the Super Bowl? It'd be crazy.
So one of the weird things about me is I'm extremely lucky, and I think that like, Gak bump. You know what I'm saying?
The Gak bump is real.
If they win a Super Bowl, like I better be like the mascot. I need a statue.
Somebody responded to the announcement that we said, and we're like, "Oh, like Gak bump for the social team." I'm like, I don't think that social team needs the Gak bump.
Yeah, we need to interview as many like defensive linemen and edge rushers as possible. I just let's get that tackling up, let's get that run defense up.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out my dad for the super chat. Dad, let's go. Didn't have a first rounder last year. You do this year, I think. Do you?
Yeah, they're picking at 7 for now.
I completely forgot until yesterday that Jimmy Garoppolo was their quarterback.
Yeah.
I completely forgot that was what was happening.
Oh, nice. Well, shout out to my wife Brooke. She's heading in a little bit to go pick up Raising Cane's for us for dinner.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. I had that yesterday, but not a bad one.
It's solid. All right,
Oh,
so they're showing Bryce Young highlights. That's obviously the presumed pick here. The intrigue obviously is really going to start in a few minutes from now once the second pick comes on the
Of course they
clock.
are.
I think Arjun pointed out that Will Anderson is currently like the pretty clear betting favorite for number 2 with the Texans.
Mhm.
Obviously, they're another team that needs to figure out a quarterback solution. Them heading into the season again with Davis Mills would be a disaster, in my opinion. So we'll see if the Will Anderson smoke ultimately comes to fruition.
I mean, you'd have to be like, okay, listen, we're just going to tank for Caleb Williams, and we don't care.
Right.
Which those poor fans.
Yeah, like you're gonna send a message to your fan base that you're taking again for 3 years. Like, I don't know. There's other rumors out there that they're like potentially trading for Trey Lance, trading up for Hendon Hooker, and maybe doing like the 3 first-round pick thing. I just think you just take a quarterback at 2, and then you can trade up for a pass rusher later on if you want. Like, to me, you got to find this quarterback now and figure out if that's Anthony Richardson or CJ Stroud. I think for me it would be CJ Stroud, but there's also some smoke out there that they don't want to work with David Mulugeta again because he's the agent who represented Deshaun Watson throughout that whole thing. And I just pick your guy. Like, I think you just deal with everything else.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about this now? Or do you want to wait till Brentley comes on about the Chargers trading up? When's Brentley on again?
Brentley's coming on around pick 13.
I guess we could ask him then.
So Brentley will be on around the Packers pick. So obviously the rumors about the Chargers trading up is courtesy of Albert Breer, saying that them and a few other teams, including the Chiefs, have been asking about trading up in this year's draft. In that same article, the Albert Breer mentioned that the Chargers really happen to like Zay Flowers and have thrown around a Steve Smith comparison. At least one GM around the league has thrown that comparison around. So I heard obviously from Josh Norris that was something the Chargers have also talked about. So we'll see, man. I heard from a friend of mine, and I shared this in the Discord today. I heard from a friend of mine that the Chargers have been working the phones more so than usual in years past. And his belief that it was for trading down, not for trading up. And then obviously Albert Breer came out and said that they're exploring trading up. So we'll see. I guess my question to you, Tyler, is what kind of percentage would you put it at if the Chargers actually pick at 21 tonight?
Ooh, in terms of actually picking a 21, okay, that's more spicy than just trading up or down. 40% chance they pick at 21. I actually think that they're going to move backwards. I think they're going to move backwards unless an edge rusher falls. What, Arjun?
No. It's probably more likely they stay than trade.
I don't know, Arjun. I don't know numbers. That's why we hired you. Now shut up.
Yeah, I think 40% is good. I would say like maybe 50% chance that they are moving. So there's been so much smoke around Michael Mayer recently, and there's been a lot of smoke at wide receiver from the jump. I don't know if I really buy that. Like, I think based off of what we know that Brandon Staley and Tom Telesco really value, like, I think the priority number 1, like you just said, is an edge rusher falling to them. I think if an edge rusher falls to them, they will run that pick in. If it's not an edge rusher at 21, I think they're going to be trying to trade down. Like, I really do this year. And, there's an argument to be said, like, okay, maybe Telesco and Staley kind of view themselves on the hot seat. Maybe they don't necessarily care about like trading future assets, but like, I think having more picks helps them this year too. So I think I'm buying the smoke that they will at least be attempting to trade down tonight.
Yeah, and I was talking about this on the stream last night. If they don't trade down, that doesn't mean like they weren't trying to. Because if Miles Murphy's there and they take him, it's like, oh, why didn't Telesco trade down? Like that's why they didn't trade down because it's Miles Murphy.
Right.
Right. Do you think they trade? I think this is the big one for me. Do you think they trade down if Michael Mayer's on the board?
I think they still would. I think for me, like this is my educated guess is that it's priority 1 is edge rusher, priority 2 is trading down, and if they can't find a trade down, then they'll stick and pick. Maybe that's Michael Mayer, maybe that's Jordan Addison. I do think that Michael Mayer should definitely be considered the favorite tonight so far.
Yeah, I think he's tight end. I think is the second favorite to go to the Chargers. Wide receivers first. Who's first on like Chargers specific for players? I wonder. Do you know? Quentin Johnston's the favorite?
Yeah. Well, the Chargers are the favorite to take Quentin Johnston.
Okay, sure.
I don't know if there's other props or not, but all right. Looks like we got the pick is in for the Panthers. Oh, wow. I see a Thomas Davis jersey. Nice.
Oh, yeah, him.
Yeah, he was a good Panther. Not super great on the Chargers. I think he was a little overhated, but
he was definitely overhated. I see that. All right, pick is in, guys. I'm going to close the comments. Oh, no, who cares? I know who it is. I mean, we know who it is.
Yeah. But you want to mute yourself, and then I'll unmute my iPad.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
I just realized that. Arjun, are you going to be on Twitter the whole time?
No, I'm only going to be on Twitter like right after the pick, and then like I'm not going to try to like spoil it for myself.
Okay, so you don't want me to say right now who I mean, no shit who they picked, but like, do you want me to not?
Well, if you want to announce it, that's fine.
Okay, so well, for those who did not hear, I don't know if people can hear my iPad or not. Oh wow, Anthony Richardson just said congrats to Bryce Young. So Carolina Panthers taking Bryce Young first overall in this draft. So if those in the chat want to let me know if you can hear the iPad when I played it.
It sounds great.
Okay, it's
good. I think I'm just gonna go off of that when I react rather than my TV. Although that screws over Arjun.
Arjun can figure it out.
I'll just I don't know. Give like
we had a big super chat earlier too from some guy in here. Literally, his name's some guy. He said, "Just want to thank you guys, Arjun, Alex, and everyone in the Discord for the best draft ever. Really appreciate the analysis, opinions, hard work, and good times. If you haven't yet, go sign up and support the GAC crew as a member. 1000% worth it. Thank you." And yeah, we appreciate the Discord community that we've been able to cultivate on that specific app. YouTube members, Patreon supporters. It's been a lot of fun. I was kind of like, what the heck is Discord? Why do we need that? And Tyler was like, just trust me, like let's do it, it'll be really cool. So again, Tyler pushing the boundary a little bit. So we have a lot of fun with the Discord chat. Again, I shared the message about the Chargers potentially trading down in there earlier today. So yeah, if you guys want to go sign up and join, that'd be great. Appreciate that. Oh, we got a Galadriel appearance.
Who are they taking? No, I don't think so. There must be someone outside of our doors.
Bryce Young really grew his hair out for this. Glad you're going crazy. I'll bring Sully on the show later. We'll have a dog off. Kevin Kem says we might get a copyright for that. I don't know if like the sound is an issue. I don't know. We'll figure that part out, I guess. All right. So those of you in the chat, we've obviously heard a lot of different smoke about the Texans here. So let me know what you guys think Houston's doing here at number 2 overall. I happen to think they're going to take a quarterback. I just think it makes too much sense there, but who knows? Maybe we'll get back-to-back Alabama picks here in the 2023 NFL draft. So Houston Texans got about 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Okay, pick is in for the Houston Texans. Wow. All right, they're moving quick. Tyler, he's got his headphones in yet. Pick is in for the Texans already. So they took they only took 6 minutes of the
Thank you.
a lot of time. So appreciate that.
They are the draft winners tonight.
Yes, everybody else should follow the Texans back by there and move quickly here.
Okay. All right. I've turned off the comment section.
Okay. Scott Romero said apparently there was a late surge from CJ Stroud to number 2 overall. So gotta be Stroud, says Kevin Kernick.
I mean, you kind of have to.
It just makes too much sense. I would understand if they would take Anthony Richardson or somebody like that. But they definitely have to take a quarterback. What's Adam Schefter saying?
Number one didn't get there. There's been a lot of debate in this organization about whether to go defense. In the end, it certainly sounds like now they're settling towards the offensive side of the football. It's been the biggest question out there. There have been times when people thought they would go defense. Now the arrow is pointing towards the offense.
All right, so I wonder if the whole thing. Oh, nice. That looks like a good piece of pizza.
Oh, good. Good cheese pizza. Now you want my cheese pizza?
I wonder if the whole thing with the Texans potentially going Will Anderson was like a smoke screen to try and get somebody to trade up or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. At least they got a quarterback. Like, I know Lovey knocked them out of contention for number 1, but
Solo Man says Tyler's face is in that slice. Woo! All right, if you're in the Orange County area, go support whatever this place is called. Looks like they got some good pizza.
Yes, Pizza de Oro, I think is what it was called. I never ordered a pizza from there before, but I just didn't want like a chain, or maybe it is a chain. It's not like a Pizza Hut, I guess. So, hey man, I'll take it. You know, it's gonna be really good when it gets a little colder. That's gonna be a good slice of pizza. Why are people watching us right now?
Okay, so the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, but they're still talking about the Texans right now. So on ESPN, so classic. They got to speed things up here to match this pace that the Texans have set.
Yeah, picks in for me, like you guys. I
just see them. I see them talking about it. Okay, looks like here comes Goodell, maybe. Yes, if anybody is listening to this that works for Pizza Del Oro, you can reach out to us and we'll happily take you on as a sponsor. Okay, here's Roger Goodell.
Second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select CJ Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State. Wow.
Okay, not a huge Mike Greenberg fan, so don't care about him listening tonight. All right, we got CJ Stroud off the board at pick number 2. I think that was absolutely the right pick for them. I think CJ Stroud for me would have been my QB1 if I would have really gone out and graded quarterbacks. I think he's a great fit for that specific Shanahan scheme that the 49ers, that the Texans are going to be running with Bobby Slowick, who came from the San Francisco 49ers tree. So Houston Texans next will be picking at number 12. We'll see if maybe they trade up or not. But as of now, we got Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, top 2 quarterbacks off the board.
And the Cardinals are for you. Are they still on the clock?
Yes. Cardinals are still on the clock.
Okay.
Okay, can we not show the Rose Bowl highlights? Come on. Come on.
Oh, hey, you finally get to see Jair Brown.
No, the CJ Stroud Rose Bowl highlights.
Sorry.
Actually, I don't mind that one. I've rewatched that game. That game was insane, man. So I don't mind watching the 2022 Rose Bowl. This year's Rose Bowl was atrocious. It was a train wreck.
CJ Stroud, Sounds like John Mechie's on his way back too, which is a really cool story for them.
Yeah. I still think the Texans, like the whole thing right now of like reuniting the quarterback with his college receiver is very much in vogue. I would kind of love Jackson Smith and Jigba to go to the Texans at 12. I think that'd be a lot of fun to see them reconnect.
Yeah, because they have Nico Collins, obviously. They traded Cooks. They have Mechie.
I think they signed Robert Woods.
Oh, is that who it is?
Yeah.
Would they play him outside? Well, at least if the Chargers lose to the Texans, it'll be to CJ Stroud and not Davis Mills and Rex Burkhead.
We don't talk about that game anymore.
I do. I got to remember that I'm a human and alive, and
Oh my goodness! All right, so Cardinals have 3 minutes left here on the clock.
Can anyone explain this Gannon situation?
The Gannon situation, like meaning like how he
Tampering?
lied on his interview or the media appearance or whatever.
I have no idea.
Is that what, Brandon, you're referring to in the chat?
Imagine if the Cardinals pick is Bijan. I remember when the Cardinals once took Isaiah Simmons and
everybody was so mad.
Yeah, well, they took the versatile DB and played him at like Mike or whatever they did, and then they took Zaven Collins and played him at edge. So like,
the Cardinals, man, their draft history over the last few years is like just nothing but misses.
Yeah, I feel awful for whoever this pick is, to be honest. It used to be that for like the Browns and Lions, and it's kind of that way for the Browns, but the Lions seem fun unless you gamble. But yeah, man, we'll see.
Brandon says supposedly that the Cardinals trade Gannon's rights. What? Like they're trading.
Arjun, do you understand the Gannon situation?
Basically, like,
Come here. Come here.
All right, here
It's
comes
proof he
Arjun for his
exists.
first appearance.
You won't even be able to hear anybody.
What's up, guys? No, but basically, after Eagles beat the Niners, the Titans GM Cardinals GM Monty Austinfort talked to Gannon while he was still employed, and he was still like game planning for the Super Bowl. And I think that was
Arjun. There's a trade right now.
tampering.
There's a trade. Oh shit! That's right. We're ahead. Well, Arjun, thanks.
Houston's moving up to number 3.
What?
I need to see for who. Hope it's
All
Ben
right.
says- wow.
Sorry, Arjun. All right, so here we go. The Texans are going to get CJ Stroud and Will Anderson. I would assume, both the Alabama guys here. So that's going to be interesting to see what exactly they trade to go from 12 to 3.
So JSN is not.
No, JSN will not be a Houston Texan. That's super cool though, man. Imagine having the picks to be able to just go, yeah, we'll take 2 and 3. Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds fun.
That sounds really fun.
Let me see.
12 to 3 is a lot. I assume that they'd be giving up like 2024 second, like at minimum, and maybe like a 3rd round pick this year.
Yeah, that is 1,000. Jeez, that's worth the 16th pick next year.
Hey, for those who are wondering, Will Anderson is wearing blue.
Oh, so he'll be a Charger. Awesome. What is Michael Mayer wearing? That's literally all that matters. Because if he's wearing blue, like the last, Arjun's not a fan so far of the trade up to 3.
What are they doing? Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Louis Riddick with the glasses and the nice 3-piece gray suit. I see you. They're showing the Texans draft room all high-fiving right now. Oh, they're all kind of matching. They're all kind of wearing the light blue shirt right now.
It has to be Will Anderson, right?
Yeah, I would assume it's Will Anderson. I like Tyree Wilson a lot. I don't think that he's like head and shoulders better than Will Anderson on film. And then there's also the there's just no testing data. There's no anything on no medical clearance on Tyree Wilson. So I think this has to be Will Anderson.
Guess we'll see. I'm really curious what the compensation here is because when was the last time a team picked back to back in the top 3?
All right, here's the trade terms. Cardinals get 12, 33, a first in 2024, a third in 2024, and the Texans get number 3 and pick 105 this year.
Solid for the Cardinals, man. I mean, that's sort of dumb question. Is 33 this year technically 32, or is that literally 33rd because they're the second pick in the second round?
Yeah, they're the second pick in the second round. So, all right, here comes Roger Goodell.
Find out right now. Here's Roger Goodell with the third pick.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the third pick to the Houston Texans. With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
There we go.
Linebacker, I guess.
I hate that. He's an edge rusher. Adapt to the freaking to the times here. Goodness.
What are we at now with the draft? Is it linebacker and then just defensive lineman or something?
I think they do linebacker, defensive end. Like they do that whole thing. And I'm like, it's just an edge rusher. Just call him an edge rusher. Man, that's a really freaking good haul for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them blow it on something. So they pick. So 12 is next for them, and then 33.
Yeah. So
That's a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah. They need everything, man. Their roster. I don't know if you've looked at it. It's so bad. It is so bad. So Kyler Murray, who knows if he's going to be able to play very much this year. But I would assume there's been a lot of offensive tackle smoke for them. So maybe at 12, you're looking at like Broderick Jones, maybe Darnell Wright, that kind of group. Did you say Bijan? Maybe.
Who do they have?
I think their current running back one is James Conner.
Okay, Will Anderson.
All right, so Colts here at 4. Been a lot of Will Levis smoke with the Colts pretty much from day one of this whole thing. Obviously, Anthony Richardson is much closer to Jalen Hurts and his ability than Will Levis would be. So, going to be interesting to see what Mr. Shane Steichen does for the Colts here.
Are we feeling Will Levis or not?
I'm not a fan. I don't understand. Sure. Like, I think there's just not a whole lot of processing with his game, and there's just a lot of inaccuracies. Like, I think he's big and strong, and he's got a huge arm, and I get it, but I think he's much closer towards like a project than people are saying.
Yeah, haven't watched him. We'll never watch quarterbacks for till like 2035. So,
yeah. Elron pointing out a lot of people have compared Will Anderson to Khalil Mack throughout this process. I traditionally hate comparisons to like all pro players, but that's one that makes a lot of sense to me.
Fits the body type pretty close too. And that's part of it.
Yeah.
Like Aaron Donald, Elijah Cansey, like there are different body types.
Yep. Texans fans going crazy, rightfully so.
Would you rather take Will Anderson or the 12th pick at 33?
Oh, if you're the Cardinals, I would rather have the 2 picks.
That's what I mean for like the Texans, you know?
Yeah.
Like, would you rather have, because they're not exactly, an almost as their team, obviously. Although if it hits, like Will Anderson, CJ Stroud on rookie contracts for 5 years, like that's not bad.
You're right. All right, looks like we got Goodell coming back up. Nope, just kidding. Player interview. Okay. Yeah, for the Texans, I think I would rather have Will Anderson, but all right, pick is in for the Colts, so they got to get off this interview with Will Anderson, and then they'll do it. ESPN, you got to figure it out. You got to hurry it up.
I'm not going to speak on Kancey's hype irking me, but I am really curious where he goes because I've heard not heard, but seen, he could go like 13th or 14th or whatever, or like he's a second round pick. Feels like there's a lot of variance with him.
Yeah, 100%. Would be shocked if the Chargers picked him, but
it just makes too much sense to me for them to take Richardson here. But if Irsay, you'll never know, but
never know.
Irsay can make one phone call and
oh my gosh, this guy has like a bobblehead of Nick Caserio on top of his like hard hat helmet. This Texans fan.
I don't even know what Nick Caserio looks like.
Man, Jim Irsay is old. Oh my gosh. They're showing the Colts war room right now. There's just like player names like all across the wall.
Huh. As in this class's names, or?
I think so. It looked like their big board or something like that.
It's just like a bunch of stickers.
Yeah. All right, here comes Mr. Goodell.
So we're about to see the third. Here's the commissioner.
With the fourth pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback.
Wow.
You see your guy Billy in the
Did not think that they would have the balls to do that. So, as Tyler just mentioned, we are about to be joined by Mr. Billy Marshall. I'm just going to tweet this out really quick. Make sure we get people over here. And then Billy Marshall is going to give us his thoughts on the Panthers decision and some of the other stuff that's happening here. So, Tyler, you want to welcome him in here?
Yes, absolutely. Hello and welcome and nice to meet you.
Hey, man.
What's up, Billy? How's it going?
Been a while. Yeah, it's going well. I mean, this draft is kind of turning up now. A lot of movement. Yeah. I love it.
All right, so on our TV, although we just got it, Anthony Richardson was the pick to the Colts. Good for them. Billy, I don't know where you're at with the streams. Hopefully we're not like too
No, I'm right with you. I just saw Richardson hug Goodell, so.
Oh, okay, cool.
There we go.
Yeah, we're doing just fine.
All right, Billy. So for those who are not familiar with Billy's work, I definitely recommend following him on Twitter. He does a great job covering the draft in particular. Obviously, the Panthers coming up from 9-1 to today, picking the Mr. Bryce Young for your Panthers. So how are we feeling about that whole decision to come away from this draft with Bryce Young?
Yeah, I mean, certainly it was quite the haul to give up. But if you're going to do it for one player, you might as well do it for the best quarterback in the draft, at least in my opinion. I certainly have positive things to say about the other three guys that are in that consensus for, especially Richardson with just the potential he has. But I think Carolina, they really had to make sure that they not necessarily get the safe guy, but a guy that we've seen the past couple of years at Alabama where he didn't have the supporting cast that Mac or Tua had, and he still was able to elevate them and play at a very high level. And I think it was pretty much a no-brainer selection. He was my quarterback one throughout this entire process. So very smart move.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm happy for you guys, man. that's fun. And you seem like you have a great supporting cast with him. Maybe not the players yet, although the draft is still young, but just the infrastructure around him. That's a really cool situation with quarterbacks. You always worry like you see that your favorite quarterback's your number one quarterback, go to a team that's like they're not that ready to support that quarterback, but it seems like you guys are in a good spot.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they did a pretty good job in free agency supporting him. Obviously, I still think that they need to add multiple receivers through this draft. I know they have some questions at edge rusher too, but Chark and Thielen, they're solid options. I mean, you're not going to get those guys confused with the top of tier wide receivers right now, and both of them, especially Thielen, is kind of, I don't want to say he's washed, but you can tell he's getting a little older, and Chark's only on a 1-year deal. So they did bring in a lot of receivers for 30 visits, so I'll be interested to see how they continue to support him if that's the direction they go in.
Is that what you're kind of leaning towards? You got the Panthers don't pick again until late in the second round, right?
No, actually 39. They
Okay.
gave up their late second rounder from the McCaffrey trade to Chicago, so they still kept their original second.
Okay. Is there a receiver you like at pick 39 maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's like a tier of those receivers. Like, I would really be excited with Jonathan Mingo. I think he's a guy.
No, you can't have him.
But yeah, no. Honestly, I think he just makes too much sense for them, which probably means it's not going to happen. That's just me being a little skeptic. But yeah, like him, Josh Downs, and if they trade back, which they could do because of the limited picks they have, like Tyler Scott in that area or Cedric Tillman. I mean, there's that tier of receivers right after like the top 4 or 5 guys that I think I'd be comfortable with. But we'll see how it shakes out. I mean, there was a news the other day about Brian Burns and his injury, so they could expedite taking an edge rusher.
I missed that on Burns. What's up?
So he had like ankle surgery, so he's not going to be ready until like training camp, so he's going to miss the entire offseason.
Okay.
So that's kind of where things stand with him, and they already had a need at that position before the injury, but I think this is probably going to elevate that desire for them to really just make a move. There were some rumors that they were going to trade up into the back end of the first round. I don't see that just because they don't really have the assets.
Right.
I mean, maybe they do like a small trade up in the early second, but even then, I'd be very suspicious about that.
Yeah, it certainly depends on your cluster of how you have the receivers, but like to me, it's JSN is number 1, and then just a cluster of like 8 guys who are all good, but within pretty similar ranges of each other. So unless Carolina loves one particular guy, or if you maybe see Quentin Johnson starting to slip or something, like you stay put. Because I think you're happy with whoever ends up there. Just don't take Mingo.
Yeah, I mean, he's like my favorite out of all of them. Like, do I think he's better than Johnston or Addison? Probably not. But like, just watching him, and I mean, he's like exciting to watch. That size, speed, and athleticism. I mean, there's certainly like bust potential with him too. Don't get me wrong, but I just feel like the way Ole Miss started using him in all different areas of the formation really showed his talents. So he's a fun player for sure.
Yeah, we're big fans of him on this show. Just like you mentioned, the size, the physicality definitely stands out for them. So the clock is running down on the Seahawks at number 5. Ian Rappaport was saying that the phones are ringing off the hook. Apparently, I saw Brad Spielberger saying earlier, might have been just now actually, that the Eagles potentially coming up here for Mr. Jalen Carter. So we'll see what happens here at pick number 5, as there's less than a minute on the Seahawks clock here.
Yeah, it looks like they're making a pick. I just saw someone.
Jorge Rodriguez says the pick is in. So they're sticking, and you can only imagine who it is.
Yeah, they had their War Room video or stream on their Twitter account, and there was a lot of scrambling going on back and forth before it jumped on. So I wasn't sure if they were.
That's awesome. I would love to see more teams do that. That's really
I
cool.
think the Cowboys and Seahawks are 2 teams who usually just get you right in the War Room.
Yeah, I think for the Chargers, we've seen like a hammer once in 2015, and that was about it.
Oh, really?
Do you remember that at all, Steven?
A hammer?
Yeah, they're like, we're going to go like I think Telesco like walk in, put like a hammer, a Chargers hammer on the table, and he's like, "We're gonna get these guys," and they took like Melvin Gordon, Denzel Perryman that season. I'm sure people in the chat know. You might have been gone, Steven.
Yeah, I think I was still in Mexico at that time.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll see who Seattle picks.
And we've already been going for an hour. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm good, man. Like, got my catheter hooked up. No, I'm kidding.
Your catheter hooked up. Did you see a pick? Was that what the wow was for?
Yeah, it was a little surprising.
Okay, so that's probably not.
I won't
Jalen
ruin it
Carter
for you
then.
guys.
Yeah. Kevin said he remembered the hammer moment.
For the brand, I hope it's Bijan, just because that's hilarious.
Especially after you just drafted like the rookie of the year. Or,
Yeah.
I think one of
Okay.
the offensive rookie of the year candidates, Walker.
Well,
I wonder
I'm very curious to see where Will Levis ends up about this or after this.
Yeah, and I wonder too if they would have considered Richardson if he was available.
I'm really curious who this pick is now, man.
Okay, here is Mr. Goodell.
With the 5th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, quarterback.
Whoa!
Oh, okay. Ooh, Witherspoon. And
Wow.
Have the corner spot. I don't mind that. Okay.
So
I'm
you
so
got
sorry, Arjun. I forgot. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so you got Devin Witherspoon, Tariq Woolen, Kobe Bryant. That's a trio right there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Wow.
I'm just surprised they went this direction. I thought if they're going to go with the corner, even if I didn't even think they would consider one, just because they've had so much success like drafting these mid-round corners.
Yeah.
Like Woolen. I mean, Sherman was like a 5th rounder. This is like I think the highest cornerback they've ever drafted under Pete Carroll, and it certainly caught me off guard. I did not. I thought maybe like if they weren't going to go Carter, maybe Tyree.
Yeah.
But,
Sure.
I mean, there's been a lot of smoke about Tyree's medicals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Keep
been
these edge rushers falling, please.
They obviously have pick 20, so maybe they could get somebody at that spot too. Although if they draft Miles Murphy right in front of the Chargers, I'll be so upset.
Yeah.
Billy, where did you land on the cornerback debate? Was Witherspoon your number one, or did you have Gonzalez number one?
Yeah, no, Christian Gonzalez was my number one. I mean, he's just so fluid, and the way he just transitions his hips like from side to side, and he's able to recover. I think that hip fluidity is so important for cornerbacks. And I mean, there was just like a narrative out there about like his physicality. I never really saw issues with it. Like, don't get me wrong, Witherspoon. I mean, if you're seeing these highlights, he's definitely more physical. But I mean, Gonzalez definitely gets scrappy in there too, and he's a longer guy. And I just I was a huge fan of him, and his athleticism was excellent.
So Daniel Jeremiah, just to your point, pointed out, Billy, that the Seahawks have not taken a corner in the first round since 2006.
Let me guess, was that Trufant?
That sounds right.
All
He
right,
didn't
now I
say
gotta look this
specifically
up.
who it was.
It's Trufant's brother, not Desmond Trufant, but his brother. I can't remember.
Right. Boy, that's when I started looking football. So hold on.
Are you looking it up?
Yes. Although if someone wants to be faster than me, it's all good.
Oh no, it wasn't him. Someone named Kelly Jennings.
All right, Devin Witherspoon, the next Kelly Jennings. Whatever.
I think this was the year after they made it to the Super Bowl too. They lost to the Steelers, so they were picking 31st. It says.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, this was the earliest they've taken a corner since Shaq Griffin in the 3rd round in 2017.
Yeah, see, like they usually just like really search for those mid-round guys, and they've been really successful like developing them.
Yeah, they have.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just really curious to see how this works out. I mean, don't get me wrong, Witherspoon's like a really good fit for them, but I did not see that coming, which is good. I like when the draft is unpredictable.
Yeah, I like that for Witherspoon too. Like, it seems like a good spot to be in. Which, I mean, he was my number one, so it makes me feel like he's in a good spot and going to a good place. So I will. Feels good. You know, I won't go to a team where he's going to get picked on the entire time. I don't think, or at least if he is, he's at a good spot.
And it's like crazy too, because like all of the mocks and even the betting odds for Witherspoon were he was a heavy favorite to go to Detroit, so they sniped in right before and got him. Crazy.
Yeah.
I wonder how Detroit pivots here.
Oh, somebody's saying in the chat there's a trade
To the Eagles. Oh, the Cardinals.
The Cardinals. Okay.
Yeah, looks like
Cardinals doing
traded
some
up.
wheeling and dealing. This has got to be Tyree Wilson, or maybe this is Paris Johnson. There was a lot of Paris Johnson smoke today.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're getting in front of the Raiders, who need offensive line, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Take their tackles.
I don't even know who's starting for them. Is it like Jermaine Illuminor? I think is still like.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's crazy.
For the Cardinals, though, they don't really. I know they have Beecham and what's their left tackle's name? Humphreys. I think. Yeah.
DJ Humphreys. Yeah,
that's
So
terrible.
they sort of have. Are they both under contract for kind of legit deals, or is it?
I think Humphreys signed an extension a couple years ago. So he should be pretty set. And
Yeah.
If they do take offensive line here, I mean, it's gonna help whoever's at
crazy like
quarterback.
Skoronsky,
Yeah.
That would shock me.
because he could like step in for guard for temporarily or something, and then the Cardinals would ruin him and then stick him out at tackle. And what incorrect thing can the Cardinals do here? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Gosh.
So
I'm just
Rappaport
surprised
says that it is 12 and 34 for pick 6.
12 and 34 for picks. Oh, well.
So the Lions now have 12, 18, 34, 48, and 55. God, that would be nice.
Yeah, man, Lions are stoked.
Well, even then, like the Cardinals, they just picked up a ton of assets in that trade, so they probably had a couple valuable chips that they could use to make this move.
All this talk about trading back. I mean, obviously there's been 2 trade backs, but 2 trade ups, man, so far.
I wonder if the Eagles are gonna trade up here with Vegas. If
It's gonna be filthy where Carter's just gonna fall to the Eagles. They want.
I think Josh Norris pointed out that there weren't trades within the top 10 on draft day for like the last 4 years, and now there's 2 already.
What the heck, man? I mean, I guess like if you have a draft class where by pick 13 you're out of first round grade guys, like so curious who it's gonna be. Oh, we have a moment. Shout out my mom, Andrea. Thank you very much for the super sticker.
Nice. Man, there's a ton of people at the draft this year.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of
City,
people.
yeah, it's a pretty interesting city. I've never been there, so it's my first time looking.
Yeah. The Vegas one was way longer. Like it went back forever, but this one looks like it's just got more.
I went to the one in
Gosh.
Philly in 2017. That was pretty cool. It was like right in their downtown area. There's a ton of people there too, obviously.
Yeah. The one that everybody seems to love is the Tennessee one that was in Nashville.
Yeah, that looked crazy. Just those scenes of like everyone just taking over that one street.
All right, looks like Goodell's coming in. Maybe.
Are you guys NFL Network or ESPN?
I'm on ESPN.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, here's Goodell.
The Detroit Lions have traded the 6th pick to the Arizona Cardinals. With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State.
Ooh, Paris Johnson, all kinds of fired up.
It's a great moment.
Yeah, Arizona. Dumpster fire. Hey, he's making a lot of money though.
So much money.
They listened to Kyler too.
Oh, is that right? Was Kyler a big fan?
Yeah, I think Garofalo reported a couple of days ago that Kyler really wanted Paris Johnson Jr.
Some beef.
I'm asking this as the resident Asian person. Does Kyler Murray speak Chinese?
I thought he was Korean.
Yeah, I'm
I
pretty
know.
sure he's Korean.
Yeah, I know. But like,
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. All right, so Raiders on the clock here at pick 7. Billy, you mind any Will Levis talk here, maybe, or you think this is Christian Gonzalez time, Tyree Wilson time?
I will say I think Levis would be actually a pretty decent fit in a Josh McDaniels offense. But yeah, I'm not buying that they would take him. I think that they're probably going to go in a Christian Gonzalez route. I don't see Jalen Carter, especially after it's just going to be tough to sell that owner after the Henry Ruggs unfortunate stuff. So, I mean, at this point, taking Carter is like a plus EV move for anyone. But yeah, I think corner, they've been linked to Gonzalez a lot, and I'll be curious to see if that's something. He fits. I think he's really a good fit in that Patrick Graham defense because he does a pretty good job of playing off coverage.
Yeah. Real quick, just want to make sure, Skinny B, you're very ahead of us. So just, I know you mentioned the pick in the chat like a minute before it came out. So just give us a bit, okay? Please.
Yeah. People, Twitter is kind of has ruined a bit of the draft. So I like to mute Twitter while we're doing this. So, and then I'll check like after the picks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, last year I remember I was on a live stream and like 2 minutes after I got on, the AJ Brown trade happened. We all just like collectively gasped. And I announced it, and they weren't believing me. They were just like about to kick me off, and then they actually checked their phones, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, that was crazy. We were, like Tyler said earlier, we were in Vegas last year, and like I remember like everybody's phones just started buzzing and people were talking about it, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? And then yeah, it was crazy. So plus EV, that's a gambling phrase?
Yeah, like expected value.
Oh, okay. I don't gamble, so
yeah. I don't know if Arjun's on at all, but I know he bet some money on this draft, just like I did. It's not going too well, unfortunately, but there's still some opportunities here to make it up.
Yeah. I think Arjun has money on Chargers with tight end and corner.
I know he had money on Will Anderson to the Texans, but
I had a lot of money the past few days on that, and gosh, I just wish they actually took Anderson at 2 and then Stroud at 3. That would have made my life so much easier.
Would have made a nice.
Oh, it had to be at 2? That sucks.
Yeah, because I took him to go 2 overall.
Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Wow, Paris Johnson.
Dude's a freak, man.
Yeah, he really is pretty good. I mean, he's not like, I don't think he's better than like Iquanu or Neal or Cross, who I liked last year, but he's definitely in that tier. Better than like a Trevor Penning type, who I didn't really care for that much.
No.
We were terrified that they were going to take Trevor Penning. They mean
really
Chargers
after taking Slater?
Well, he would have played right tackle for them.
Oh wow!
Because this time last year, nobody was really sure about Trey Pipkins and like how he was going to pan out. So there was a lot of like Trevor Penning talk to the Chargers, and we were not fans.
Yeah, no, he was surprisingly good when I watched the Chargers. So I think you guys got some pretty good value with him.
Yeah, for sure.
So they're saying that Paris Johnson actually speaks Mandarin.
Yeah. I heard about that on the Beast.
It's
of course.
wild.
Of course, it was on the Beast.
Yeah, Dane Brugler does insane work, man. He's crazy.
Please, Raiders, don't botch this. I know, I'm a Chargers, but you know,
God,
Dude, have you looked at their draft history recently?
Alex
it's-
Leatherwood pick coming up here.
Yeah.
yeah. Is Colton Miller right or left tackle for them?
He's left.
Yeah.
So they could take Darnell right here.
Uh-huh.
Oh my.
Oh, bye, Steven.
I'm just getting some food right now. So
Okay.
thanks, Brooke.
You're also not muted.
I know.
Don't rip ass. Okay. Raiders pick is in. All right, I'm gonna turn off the comments.
Okay.
If they don't go Levis, like, I'm like, where's the next spot he could go? Like Tennessee, maybe?
That's what I was thinking. Tennessee at 11.
Yeah, I think
What?
number 8 is a good spot for Philly to jump right in front of Chicago to trade up for Carter too, if that's
Yeah.
what they want. Because I think it was mentioned that Chicago isn't going to let Carter. Or they're going to draft Carter at 9 if he's there.
Yeah, that would make sense. Jump 2 spots up, go to 8. Falcons can then take Bijan and crush all of our dreams at 10.
Do you guys want Bijan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he would be an excellent fit there. I can't even lie.
I think for like, I know Arjun's over there with Tyler. He's kind of against it, but I think for me, it's just like the chance to get, a true blue chip player in this class is just kind of rare. At 21, you're probably not doing that. So even though it's a running back, I think like I'd rather have the blue chip player.
Yeah, I mean, he would be pretty good value there. I just wonder. I don't know if he's like Kellen Moore likes to throw the ball a lot too, but I mean, to Robinson's credit, he's a really good receiver.
Okay, looks like maybe Goodell's coming out right now.
Shout out Gavino Borquez, live from Kansas City. Good evening, gentlemen. Gavino, how's it going? I don't know if you can actually listen or hear, but I hope it's fun.
All right, here's Goodell.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, defensive end, Texas Tech.
Oh, nice suit. Okay, Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, he's dressed out in a nice fit.
Yeah.
Well, good player.
Yeah, definitely good player. I mean, Chandler Jones was super disappointing last year, so I don't mind them going in this
Yes,
direction.
he was. I remember because that was the only time we saw Rashawn Slater play against a good pass rusher, and Raiders fans all week were like, Rashawn Slater's not ready, and then Slater just like clamped.
Dominated.
Yeah. So, I will say that's a great situation for Tyree Wilson to be in. I do think there's some project-y nature to his game. But getting to learn from Chandler Jones and Max Crosby, like that's pretty nasty.
And even if he's like not 100% healthy, he can at least be much more cautious about how he's rebounding from that injury.
Yeah.
But I actually do like Tyree. I know there were a lot of questions about if he should go like top 3 or 4 or whatever. And I do think like this type of like big end edge rusher, it's not necessarily, I don't think he's as good as maybe like a Trayvon Walker, because I think Walker was much more athletic and flexible. But I think there's similar like traits with like a Marcus Davenport type. And I think that's sort of the vision with him.
Man, Tyree Wilson. So do you think they reduce him inside more, or is Chandler Jones just on his way out?
I think it can be
can't wait to
both.
watch. Yeah.
What's his contract situation?
Honestly, who said it? Sebastian in the chat. Good thing the Chargers have 2 solid tackles. Yeah, that's why you retain Trey Pipkins instead of hoping this draft works out in your favor.
Yeah.
At 21 and being forced to take a tackle. So, Pipkins is certainly up for the challenge, and Rashawn Slater will put him to sleep. So it is kind of nice to have a tackle. Just kind of like, just go put
set
him
it
away.
and forget it.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Raiders could cut Chandler Jones after this upcoming season and save $12 million until a $7 million dead cap hit.
Okay. All right.
So
That's definitely the direction I would go in if I were them. I mean, God, he was so bad last year.
Yeah.
All right, Falcons pick is in already. So we'll see what happens here. We'll let it still on the board. Real quick, Billy, we do this on the show. Obviously, the gold star phase that Jordan Reed talks a bit about. Who are maybe some 2 or 3 gold star players in this class for you that we could maybe look into on day 2, day 3, maybe late first? Some guys that you just really loved watching in this class.
Obviously, Mingo, without question. But I'll try to stay away from the obvious guys. Looking at the tight end class, like there are a few guys in that day 3 that I think really have a chance to really surprise people. And it's, for me, the number one guy is Brenton Strange from Penn State.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think that Mike McDaniel and Frank Smith, they were at his pro day and they were talking to him quite a bit. I think he really has a lot of upside. I just really love the way he gets after it as a blocker. He had a few like really just nasty blocks against Auburn that are appointment viewing. And looking at the defensive tackles, I think a few guys like that could be available. One guy is he's more of like a tweener, Colby Woolen from Auburn, and
okay.
What's that guy? Oh, Yaya Diaby from Louisville.
Yeah,
2 guys that I think really have a good chance to surprise their draft status, especially Diaby. He's gone through quite a bit just as a player. I think he was like working at the Atlanta airport before walking on to a military college. But yeah, he really surprised me. And I've been tracking those 30 visits for them, they're going to a lot of the teams that have produced some really good defensive linemen. Like I think they both took visits to San Francisco, which kind of makes sense. And anytime you're kind of modeling your defensive line approach after the 49ers, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, definitely not. All right, so some good shout outs there to Brenton Strange, Yaya Diaby, Colby Woolen. So guys, I have not watched Colby Woolen yet, but it can be exciting there. All right, Billy, what's coming down the road here? I see you guys got Bryce Young. So what's on tap for the Panthers and the Roar podcast over there on Blue Wire Network?
Yeah, thanks. So we're probably going to do a recap episode of tonight. Look forward to tomorrow, pending that they don't trade up, which again, who knows? But yeah, we're just going to review this draft, and then next few weeks we're going to kind of really take a look at this roster and where it can go. I know the dead period right after the draft and training camp can be a little bit of a dread, but we're going to make it work. But me personally, I'll start watching some more college guys sometime in May just to get a little prepped for the college season of 2023. But yeah, I'm just really looking forward to the rest of this draft. There's been a lot of really interesting moves so far, and I can only imagine it's going to be crazier.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Chargers fans, definitely go check Billy's work out on Twitter, BillyM_91. If you're in the Carolina area, definitely hit them up. And Billy, can't thank you enough for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it, guys.
All right, man. We'll talk soon for sure. All right, appreciate Billy. Looks like the Falcons pick is in. Hopefully you guys were not paying attention to the chat.
Yeah, I'm already going through again. Yeah, well, whatever. When we announce it, then you can throw it in the chat. I think everyone's watching or listening. But yeah. So I'm going to just mute you or put you in a timeout if you spoil the pick before we've discussed it. And then if you keep doing it, I'll just block you. So
yeah,
not to be rude. Like, of course, we're all excited, but I know that people are going to come in at different times. So let's just
Yeah. All right. Here's the pick.
Here's Roger Goodell.
For the Atlanta Falcons pick, I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament
Thanks.
to the power of mentorship. The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative, Inspired Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back, Texans.
No.
I know some Atlanta people are happy.
Oh man. I mean, makes sense, dude. Arthur Smith wants to run the shit out of the ball.
Yeah. Alrighty. I'm gonna wait till it plays on the TV over here, so Arjun can hear it, and then. But the Eagles have moved up to 9, and can you imagine who is here with us right now?
Wait, they
What
moved up to
timing?
9?
Yeah. Did you
Okay.
not know that? Oh shit!
No,
Sorry.
I didn't fucking know that. I
Sorry.
closed Twitter and everything. So the only information I have is you guys and Steven's like little speaker thing.
Oh man. There he is.
Jalen Carter, please.
The Bijan Robinson.
I was going to say, if you're going to trade up for a spot, this has to be for Carter.
Yeah.
But
It's gotta be
there were all
Carter.
reports that the Bears were not going to let Carter fall past them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was fun taking Bijan Robinson in our mock drafts, but
It was.
he was a top 5 player on like every single person's board, almost regardless of who you were. So, I guess some people had Gibbs over him, which I think is ridiculous. No offense, but that's Bijan Robinson, and Bijan Robinson goes top 10, and good for him. Arthur Smith is never going to pass the ball again.
Yeah, I didn't know what to make of the Atlanta smoke for Bijan because it didn't sound totally real. Like it sounded like one of those things. Maybe they were trying to get a team to trade up or something, but can't blame him for the pick. Although I felt like they had other bigger needs. So that's kind of why I thought Bijan would be like a player that goes in the teens. I didn't think he would go to Atlanta or Philadelphia. But I mean, you get a true blue chip player in this class, and we know there's not many of those. So.
All right, Schefter's talking about the trade right now, so I assume Goodell's coming out.
It's got to be like a third to move up, probably.
I haven't seen the official trade terms yet.
I haven't yet. I'm just because that was the Devonta Smith trade where they jumped the Giants. So I'm just guessing it would be along those similar lines.
Yeah. Also, Raising Canes, feel free to reach out to us. We will gladly take you on as a sponsor as well.
Oh yeah, I'll do a whole like supersize me or whatever you want me to do. Like all canes.
You're gonna
all the
eat
time.
Raisin Canes every day, every meal for 30 days.
Yeah, I already do it for like 20 days a month, so I might as well do it for 30.
Eagles gave up a 4th.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, that was about what the Devonta one was.
and they're just gonna nab.
This has to be for Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
You have the comments off, Alex?
I haven't seen anything.
Okay. We've had people spoil early, so
I'm gonna switch over to the banners tab so I don't see.
I'm also in the
anything.
banners tab. It's really
Yeah.
fun. Yeah.
We should make a banner to say like "Don't spoil" or you'll get blocked though.
Yeah, Tyler
I'll
just
make
made
that
it,
right
I
now.
think.
Yeah, it is.
I remember when we first did this, I like took a break when we were eating, and I'm like, now I'm just like, I don't care. Like, let's eat.
Oh yeah, I've had taquitos, guac, pizza, mountain or Monster energy drink like the whole time. So it's been an hour 30. Oh, it's already been an hour 30. Yeah.
My prediction on the
started streaming.
podcast was that we would be an hour in at pick 10, but we are behind schedule as per
A
usual
lot of
with
trades,
the draft.
man. A lot of trades.
All right, are they announced it? No, they're doing a player interview. ESPN, hurry it up.
Is the pick in?
The pick is in, but right now they're
Okay.
interviewing Bijan.
You
He's
being
also
such a
got a really
hall
nice beard.
monitor with my ticker now. But whatever.
Please do not spoil the picks in the chat. You will be blocked. Yak. Nice. Just makes it more fun, though.
Yeah, I know for sure. And plus, like for me, I can just switch to banners and not pay attention. I can do whatever. But yeah, for some people. Eagles. Let's see.
It's got to be Carter. I'll not accept any other pick. If they trade up for Skoronski or whatever, I'm going to leave the stream. It's got to be Jalen Carter.
They only gave up a 4th round for him.
Nah, it's got to be Carter.
Oh, it's a 2024 4th round pick, too. It's not even a pick this year.
Well, they don't have a 4th round pick. Oh, I should have thought of that. They don't have a 4th round pick this year because of Robert Quinn. So,
That's funny.
yeah. He got us to Glendale. He didn't do much along the way, but...
All right, so we'll get Alex's thoughts here on the Eagles pick, and then we'll talk about Charger stuff, too, obviously. Is Goodell coming out? Somebody asking in the chat, Alex, are you from Philadelphia?
Yeah, check my passport.
I don't think you would want them to check your passport.
Well, I don't know. Check my driver's license.
Check my
or
social
whatever.
security while you're at it.
All right, here's Goodell.
326.
Let's find out right now. Here's the commissioner.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter.
Fuck yeah! Awesome. Back to the Super Bowl, baby.
All right, see you, Alex. Just kidding.
Man. They didn't even have to trade up for him. I wonder.
Barely.
Yeah, they got. Well, I guess they did, but like.
The Bears were probably playing some chicken with them.
Yeah. I'm curious how bad the Carter stuff is for like no one to take him in the top 10. But I don't care because if you would just watch the film, he's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
I understand why you would like that. All that stuff. Of course, ESPN is just like piling it on right now. Classic ESPN. I understand why that would like break your tie if it's like him and Will Anderson are kind of like even from a film perspective. But I mean, him at 9, like him at 10.
Yeah.
There was a point in time where people were like, "Oh, is he going to fall to the Chargers? Would they take him?" And it's like they fucking better take him if he falls to them at 21.
I mean, well, he's got a speeding ticket. I don't know if, yeah, probably wouldn't go for it.
Oh my gosh, Rosenhaus is like walking him to the stuff. That's strange.
Yeah. Rosenhaus said he would go top 10. Didn't lie.
Yep. Didn't lie. Lots of Georgia and Alabama players tonight.
Yeah, they got a Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, and Jalen Carter defense now. So recreating the whole thing.
Yep.
Not a bad one to pick. I'm excited for their recreation of the Notre Dame defense for us. Gonna be sick. Get the Isaiah Foskey, Brandon Joseph.
Jesus Christ.
For us.
Michael Mayer in the first round, Foskey in the second round.
Brandon Joseph, the reach in the third round. Come on,
Oh,
it's happening,
Jesus.
baby. Not that Joseph's a bad player.
I mean, this is really the first time that they could really go like. I mean, that checks out.
That does check out. So,
Jalen Carter, also a great suit, nice purple suit. Julio pointing out in the chat that the edges are falling. That is great news for the Chargers. We'll see if that continues.
And we are. I mean, obviously, we'll see. Falling is, got to get to like 18. If someone gets to 18 and Telesco trades up, I would get it. Like that would be
Chicago. Chicago has to be Skoronski or Nolan Smith.
Who's their edge group right now?
It's really bad.
Really traded all their guys, right?
That feels like they either go for the tackle or edge. I don't know.
Yeah, Trevis Gibson, I think, is their best pass rush right now.
Trevis Gibson, Nolan Smith duo, baby.
But I think they got to figure out what they have. They got to figure out what they have in field. So it's like you kind of got to go a line right here.
Yeah, probably have to.
So they go. Let's say they go line. I guess Skoronski depends.
Titans at 11 are definitely going Levis if he's there.
Yeah. Not shaping up too bad.
12
First receiver.
12 Lions. If they get Gonzalez to fall to them there after trading down, that's just like beautiful work.
Rossini said that Vrabel they wanted the number 2 pick to go get Stroud, and then when that didn't happen, they basically like withdrew their offer or something, or they were trying to trade up to 3 to get Stroud, and then when Houston took him at 2, then the Titans withdrew their offer.
Oh, you mean they were trying to trade up to 3?
Yeah. I don't know how Tennessee has their quarterbacks graded, but Vrabel apparently wanted Stroud.
They're showing the Oregon game right now. Jalen Carter was a freaking menace in that game.
Yeah. Dude, he's just a monster and how he can just like eat up space, eat up blocks. It's crazy. I don't know, like the last player that's really been like drafted like that. Probably been a minute, but really fun player to watch.
Of course, my computer freezes right now. Is my computer frozen for you guys?
Your screen's a little frozen, yeah.
Yes.
Did not have Devin Witherspoon going before Gonzalez.
No, I mean, him going to the Seahawks, I think, is the bigger surprise specifically because they were a team that was supposedly like all in on Jalen Carter.
I also thought Seattle could have been like a Tyree Wilson destination. I'm surprised they went cornerback with the group that they have in general. And the Raiders get like a pretty good value picking Wilson if he can stay healthy.
Mm-hmm. Eagles fans going crazy at their watch party.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And they get to hold on to number 30 because they didn't trade all the way up to 3 or anything.
Yeah.
So,
dude, I mean, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Fletcher Cox, Milton Williams. Like,
yeah.
That's crazy.
And you got Reddick and Sweat on the edges. Oh.
They just showed Jason Kelsey on the TV. All right, here's Goodell.
The Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright.
Oh, no shit.
Huh. Okay.
Oh, I didn't even know Tyler left. Wow.
Skoronski's there for the Patriots then, if they want to go that route. I don't know. Yeah, Darnell Wright, his stock boosted up really far throughout the process, so I'm not surprised. I think there was some talk of the Packers maybe at 13, but
that's early for him. I like him a lot, but
now my question is, how far does Nolan Smith have to start falling for the Chargers to do a trade up?
Oh my gosh, so the Titans pick is already in.
Oh.
That's got to be Levis, right?
Yeah, probably.
Or Gonzalez. Would they take Gonzalez here?
No, probably Levis. But, like, I don't get the Will Levis hype. I wouldn't take him.
Yeah, I would not take him here either.
And like, it's just like, okay, so you want to repeat the same experiment again? A guy with really talented arm that doesn't know how to use it 2 years in a row in the draft. I don't know.
Tyler said his computer needed to update and randomly restarted.
Uh-oh.
That's always fun. All right, I'm done eating.
I'm not done drinking.
Sorry for everybody that had to watch me eat. I was hungry. All right, Alex. I know you guys talked about Chargers pick last night on the live check-in yesterday. There's been a lot of smoke today about trading up, potentially trading down. I asked Tyler this. So, like, what percentage chance do you think the Chargers actually stick and pick at 21 today?
I think with how the board has shaken out, they probably do stick and pick. It may be if like more edges start to come off the board, then they would like kind of consider trading up or down, depending on how they want to do if more players come off the board. But right now, I'm thinking they stick and pick.
All right. Welcome back, Tyler. You are not frozen.
I don't know. Cool. I made it. I figured all the food I've been eating, I'd be the one who died. Turns out it was my computer.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys, I'm assuming you saw the Bears pick.
Yeah, they took Darnell Wright.
Great.
Offensive tackle run. This would be like Titans right now take like Broderick Jones. Be great for us.
At least let him take the quarterback.
Yeah. I think that's definitely in play there.
And then, man, because they have investment is Farley at corner and then somebody else, right?
Farley's like barely played though.
McCreary. Yeah. So, man, the Lions could scoop Gonzalez for nothing.
Yeah, literally.
Whew.
Richard Mazara in the chat. Appreciate him as always. He says, "Hey Steven, today is Dalton Kincaid Day, baby." We'll see.
It might be round 2 day for Dalton Kincaid. Depends.
Nah, he's going round 1. There's too much smoke about him in round 1. Specifically for the Chargers, I kind of doubt it. I mean, obviously I would be thrilled, but I kind of doubt it. I think they would take Mayer over Kincaid. But
I think the only scenario where Dalton Kincaid gets drafted by the Chargers is if someone overdrafts Mayer, like if Green Bay, like
sure,
at 13 or something.
Yeah, Green Bay is the one to watch for me, honestly, for the Chargers when things start getting interesting, and then obviously Zay to the Patriots maybe.
People talking about JSN. Honestly, this is, right now at 11 is where JSN's range starts. Like this is
I'm gonna go get some more food.
Okay. Maybe there will be another pick while you're gone. Are they gonna show it right now? Honestly, the stage in Kansas City is sick.
Yeah, I saw a picture of that. I actually have a friend who's at the draft. And it seems like a really cool layout they have there.
Okay, pick is not being announced right now. They're going back to the table. So for you, Alex, I guess we kind of talked about this. Like, we're thinking, Tyler and I, that is like edge is probably the priority, and then if not, you trade down. Maybe after that point, you take one of the tight ends or wide receivers. How do you kind of view this tonight for the Chargers, at least?
I'd love for them to trade down, They have a GM who doesn't do that, so I
Yeah.
would be surprised if that happened. I think they probably end up sticking and picking, whether that's one of the edges that falls, whether that's Michael Mayer. Oh, I was about to say Bijan Robinson, but our hearts unfortunately got broken. If it's Jordan Addison, they could stick and pick in that situation as well. But I think that they ultimately stick and pick. The player that they would have to trade up for, there's no one that like obviously sticks out to me unless they really want to make like a run at like a corner or like an edge or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Are they about to announce it finally? Kareem asking if we would trade up for JSN. Is that something you guys would be interested in or no? Okay, hold on. Hold that thought. Goodell's coming out.
With the 11th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle.
Okay.
Oh, they announced him as a tackle, but then on the draft thing it says guard.
Interesting.
All right. No, that's a really good pick for them. I mean, they just needed offensive line help. That offensive line was atrocious last year. So whether he's a guard or he's a tackle, I think they'll figure that part out later.
I love the desperation that this might make. I mean, the Jaguars just lost Robinson, potentially, and the Bengals could use a tackle. I mean, there's maybe 5. If you count Skoronski as one, there's maybe 5 guys, and there's a big drop. I guess it depends on how you feel about like DeJuan Jones, but yeah, remember that's a trade back opportunity for the Chargers, I think.
Are the Patriots gonna take Levis?
There's been a lot of Mac Jones smoke this offseason.
I don't know, man, because there's no other obvious like suitor for Levis, so I would kind of think that they go for him. I don't know.
Lions pick is already in, so we'll see how that one goes. Again, if you guys spoil the picks, we will be blocking you. So better just not.
I'm on the banners tab. I'm not seeing what any of you are saying because I know you're going to spoil it.
I'm flipping back and forth because people are sending in super chats. Like I was going to give Nick S a big shout out here because he gave us a super chat. He says, congrats on the Chargers partnership. Thank you again for another amazing offseason and third year in a row watching the draft with you guys. Much love. So appreciate it, Nick. This has been obviously a lot of fun this week. And, this is our 4th draft coverage. Obviously, Alex was kind of holding it down last year with Gavino and Maddie and Jason Reed and everybody like that, while Tyler and Arjun and I were in Vegas. So glad to be back. A lot of people were like asking me like, oh, are you going to go to Kansas City? And like, A, it's hella expensive for me to get to Kansas City. And B, I would just rather sit in my house and talk about it with you guys. So there we go.
Yeah, I remember the first one was a draft party that we did for Patreon members on Zoom, and that was when I was a Patreon member back in the day during Lovett's. Then that was 2021, the Slater draft, 2022. Yeah, fun stuff all around the board.
Yep. Jason Lemons with a super chat here. If we get Nolan Smith, would you trade Joey for a 2nd and a 4th and get another DN in the 2nd? No, I'm not trading Joey Bosa under any circumstances.
Yeah. Also, I don't think they can trade him now, even if they wanted to. So.
Oh, Goodell's already at. Holy shit!
What the fuck?
What?
Do you know who
Wait,
it is?
sorry. Who took Jameer Gibbs again?
I think Arjun just figured out who it is, and his hands are on his head, like he's.
The Lions took him.
Did you figure out who it is?
Oh, what?
Wow, man.
Gibbs off the board at 12.
I like Jameer Gibbs not that much, man.
Yeah. Wow. That's a pick. I mean, I again really like Gibbs. Steven liked him more than I did, but Gibbs is like fringe first. That's a reach, but we'll take it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Joey Porter Jr.
He's not available at 21 anymore.
Dude, 2 running backs in the top 12 is insanity.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, when's the last time that happened? 1948?
I was listening to the Athletic Football Show today, and they were talking about how they were watching like an old draft coverage, and Dane Brugler was watching the 1999 draft, and that was when Mike Ditka traded his entire draft
Ricky
to be able to
Williams,
go get
yeah.
Ricky Williams.
I'm trying to think of when the last one was with 2 top 12 running backs. The LT draft? Like I don't even know when it would have been.
I have to go back and look.
oof. I mean, at least they traded back for him.
Yeah, I mean, you have like 5 picks in the top 60, so I guess you can kind of take that gamble.
I mean, did they think
I
like
feel like you could have traded
New
back like
England
10
was
more
gonna do
spots
that?
if you wanted. I don't know, but
Oh my gosh,
maybe
Brad
the league
Holmes
really
is
was high on
stoked right
picks.
now. The Lions are fun though, man. Like landing spot wise, that's a really fun landing spot.
so? Are there legitimately going to be more first-round running backs than receivers at this point? Like, is that actually not bullshit?
There can't be 3 running backs. Who would even be
Okay,
the,
but here we are, right?
who would even be the third? Carbonet?
Charbonnet?
Probably Charbonnet,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Or
If they take Charbonnet at 21, I think
Carbonet at 21. Oh, that's a disaster scenario. Holy shit.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks, Arjun.
my gosh, Chargers in a good spot, man.
All right, well, this is the Packers have been a very commonly Dalton Kincaid spot, so we'll see if this is where he is at. If they stuck at 15, I think you probably feel better about that. Him at 13 is a tad crazy.
And Stephen Brentley is in.
Okay, cool. So we got Packers pick is in. Mr. Brentley Weissman is joining us now as well. Brentley, what is up, man? How you doing today?
Dude, Jahmyr Gibbs. top 15. Honestly, I love it because I had Jahmyr Gibbs as a top 10 player overall. So
Wow. Okay.
glad the NFL values him. But wow, if you're the Lions, why wouldn't you just take Bijan? What if you want a running back? Just take Bijan.
Just as is.
Oh, Bijan at 6, you mean?
Yeah.
Unless you had him higher, I guess.
How are you guys doing? What's up? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being on, man. Nice to meet you. You've been on the show plenty of times, but we've yet to meet.
Tyler, have we not been on the show together?
Nope.
No
one invites
I
me.
don't think so.
It's just Steven and Alex.
Shut up, Tyler.
It's the OGs.
Yeah. So what's up with Gonzalez, man? Nobody wants him.
I don't know, man. I've lost a lot of money on Gonzalez not being a top 10 pick. This is a nightmare. It's also really surprising. I'll be honest. I had Gonzalez as a top 7 player in this class.
Yeah.
The Raiders, I thought was a pivot point. Obviously, they didn't think Wilson would be there, so I can't hate that. Atlanta going Bijan, again, I think that's a good pick. I think we have New England up here. No, Packers next, then New England. I think New England is a sweet spot for Gonzalez.
Yeah, I mean, we know how the Packers love the cornerback. So, like you, man, I love Gonzalez. I actually had him number 1 overall on my board. I thought that he was, I had him at number 1 on my spot. Yeah. Overall, yep.
Hey, you're not going to hear any duck slander from me, but woo, that's a take right there.
This is coming from a Utah fan, man. I had to watch Gonzalez dominate my Utah Utes in person. So,
Yeah. I mean, I had him better than Witherspoon, and really for Seattle to take a corner that doesn't have super long arms and really it's kind of a slight in terms of his frame is really surprising. That it kind of goes against their mold. So for them to pass Gonzalez was really surprising if they wanted a corner.
Yeah.
Just
Curtis Davis asking, so when do the Chargers trade for D Swift?
Hey, I wouldn't hate that either.
Appreciate the super chat there, my guy.
So what's the Lions backfield now? So it's Gibbs.
And they signed David Montgomery to a pretty good deal.
Right.
Yeah, I mean Swift is gone. There's it's too redundant of a skill set between Gibbs and Swift. You have David Montgomery, who's in my opinion a 3-down running back. So Swift is going to be traded. they, I think Miami for Swift would make a ton of sense.
Mm-hmm.
The Dolphins.
Yeah. That Shanahan scheme would be perfect for him. I know the Lions kind of run some of that, but getting him in just in like the easy, point and shoot would be really cool to see for him.
Absolutely. Okay, so Bijan's gone, so Chargers is probably tight end, receiver, or defensive end.
I mean, the way things are shaking out, it looks like edge is going to be there. Well, it might be there. I expected at least someone like Van Ness or Smith to be gone. But
I mean, Van Ness could be the pick right here with the Packers. I'm not on Twitter, so I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, that was my bad. I was late. Packers going Lucas Van Ness at 13.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Athletically, dude is just a Rashawn Gary clone in terms of
Yeah.
That's
a vintage. So. That's a vintage Packers pick right there.
Yeah. They're never going to take an offensive skill player the first round, man.
No,
I thought it would have been. I thought it would have been funny if they did it right as Rodgers went out the door. You finally take a wide receiver, but
that would have been funny. Yeah.
I'll say this: my Zay Flowers, first receiver off the board, but it's actually getting stronger and stronger the more these teams start to pass up JSN.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the Patriots, to me, Zay Flowers fits better. The Chargers, definitely Zay Flowers fits better than JSN. Who else we got? They could pick a receiver.
What did Arjun say?
That it's such a Packers pick.
Absolutely. It really is. Yeah. Packers fans are not going to be happy.
Yeah. So, Brentley, you talked about this today. I'm curious here because obviously there was a lot of people liked Tom Telesco's comments about doing mock draft exercises. You were in that building for a couple of seasons and tweeted out that you guys did a whole draft together. So, is that a real thing? Do you guys hop on PFF simulator or whatever and just run through an exercise, or how did that work?
No. So essentially what it is, the scouting staff, which includes, the college scouts and the pro scouts, as well as the whole coaching staff, were assigned a team. Now, some were assigned the same team because, a team would have multiple first-round picks or whatever. And we literally would go and sit in, the big kind of all-staff auditorium, and we'd have someone, pretend like they're Roger Goodell or whatever, and we'd literally go through a live simulation and do picks. So I was assigned to Cincinnati Bengals, and back I think it was 2018 I did this. They were picking, I don't remember where they were picking, but I would pick their first round and their second round pick. So we didn't use the actual simulator. It was really an in-person type of exercise because we wanted each scout, each coach be on the fly. Hey, in this situation, what would you guys do, right? And so that's kind of how it went.
Wow, that'd be a lot of fun to do that with people who have all the information possible. Really
It's
quickly
funny.
here, sorry to cut you off, Brentley,
No,
but
go
the
ahead.
Patriots have traded the pick to the Steelers. So Steelers on the board here at 14 instead of the Patriots. So classic Packers, now classic Patriots trading back, and looks like the Steelers maybe reuniting Joey Porter Jr. with the team. I don't know.
If Joey Porter goes for Gonzalez, I might have to just send it. Open up the bottle of tequila. That would be insane. I think it should be for Broderick Jones or it should be for Gonzalez.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't justify any other mix. Congrats, by the way, guys. Dude, amazing.
Thank you.
With the charge, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's been a crazy week. We shared a little bit about the background of kind of how it came together, because we had been working with the communications team to get we and when they reached out, they were like, oh, we want to give you guys some more access, and we were like, awesome, we'll take more interviews, and then they were like, no, we want to partner with you guys, and we we're like, holy shit.
That's amazing.
So it was pretty crazy. All right, Steelers pick is in. They're currently showing Broderick Jones on TV, so.
Yeah, I mean that they need a tackle in the worst way. Who do I have them going? I have them going Skoronski. My mock is just shot.
This draft has been crazy so far.
I can't believe Gonzalez has fallen this far. I didn't have him 1, but I had him like I think 5. You know, like he was by far away like one of the cleanest prospects with also just very, very high upside.
And like 2 running backs going before the second corner, that's pretty crazy to me.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy. So Patriots get the 17th overall pick and a 2023 4th round pick to move back 4 spots.
And they still could probably get their choice of the receiver they want.
Who, the Patriots?
The Patriots, yeah.
Or they could get Miles Murphy, unfortunately.
Is that who you want, Steven? Miles Murphy?
Yeah, Miles Murphy's the guy that I would like at 21, but we'll see if he falls that far. I just think that him and being able to learn from Khalil Mack and Joey would be a great situation. I'm not crazy about like the top of the tight end and wide receiver group as much as I love Dalton Kincaid. I would just rather kind of attack that on day 2. So I would love to get a pass rusher in the first round.
And you would rather him over Nolan Smith?
I would, yeah. I like Nolan a lot. I think he checks a lot of boxes for them too. But I just think Miles Murphy just has a tick higher an upside. So it looks like we got Roger Goodell announcing the pick right now.
Cool.
The New England Patriots have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle.
Nice.
Georgia.
Okay.
There you go. So the run on offensive tackles is going a little crazy here.
Yeah.
Brentley, what do you think about the Jets here on the clock with the Packers swap? What do you think they're looking at here?
I think the Steelers made that trade knowing that was the Jets guy, Broderick Jones. So that makes a ton of sense. Now that he's off the board, if you're the Jets, I mean, Brian Branch might be a little rich, but I think that safety is certainly a big need for them. I know they were rumored regarding JSN. I personally don't. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I could justify that pick, especially because Garrett Wilson, he won a lot from the slot last year. So JSN is a slot only kind of guy. I think that's a little redundant, but Breer and a bunch of other insiders had him kind of linked to the Jets. But if I'm the Jets, I'm going Gonzalez. Compared to get him
Best
with
player
Sauce.
available.
And get him with Sauce. Talk about that kind of defense, that corner tandem. So Gonzalez fits their scheme. Cover 3, long arms, fluid, play offhand man. I mean, press man. I would do that. But I think maybe a receiver because Aaron Rodgers probably has a lot of sway.
Yeah, he definitely does.
But real quick, back to your Miles Murphy, though. I'm in full agreement, by the way. I was asking the question. Miles Murphy, to me, is the most underrated player in this class. On the film, he's outstanding.
I like that.
Yeah, he's a game record. And I thought, this past year, obviously, he didn't have the same production as he had, but explosive, long arms, able to win with speed to power. I thought his hands were fine. Plays with effort. I don't know what it's not to like about Miles Murphy.
Yeah.
To me, he's a top 10 pick all day long, and I don't understand how a guy like Lucas Van Ness could possibly go ahead of Miles Murphy. In the Chargers scheme, I love that fit. Able to play 5, able to play 7, able to play 9. I think he can do all sorts of things for scaling the versatile front. Be able to learn behind Bosa. To me, that would be a home run pick.
Yeah.
Don't know how you justify Lucas Van Ness over Nolan Smith either, but
No, completely agree.
Yeah. All right. Well, Alex, we'll let you get your final prediction in here, and then we got our next guy, Daniel Harms, coming in here as well. So, Alex, gut feeling as we're 6 picks away from pick 21 will be who?
I started the night off with Mayer, but now with the edges not going, I might lean a little towards Murphy, but I'll stick with Michael Mayer being the pick.
All right. So appreciate Alex hopping on tonight as always. Well, got to be on the clock here with us as Jalen Carter was selected by his Eagles. So Alex will be back with us again tomorrow night as we cover day 2, and then we'll talk to him later. Alex, appreciate it.
See you guys.
Jets just milking this.
All right, we got our guy Daniel Harms in here as well. Daniel, apologies for keeping you waiting there. What's up, man?
you're
How's
good.
it going?
I'm doing great. This is a crazy draft to watch unfold.
Yes.
Some crazy picks. You know, I love watching Green Bay Packers do Green Bay Packer things because it makes me happy on the inside to watch them continuously make the same mistakes over and over again. But you know, it is what it is. I'm hopeful. I hope Lucas Van Ness pays off. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch. That's for sure.
Are you a Packers fan?
I am not a Packers fan. I am this should come to a lot of disdain to those in the chat. I'm a Chiefs fan, and I cover the Chiefs.
No, but I, you know, Daniel and I have talked a lot on social media, just kind of about the draft and everything like that. So I also figured, you know, we could get some insight into kind of what the Chiefs are looking at here as well. So, you know, we were initially planning to have him on later, and then, you know, maybe Chargers trading down kind of stuff. We'll see what happens there. But Brentley, what do you make of the Chiefs in this draft? Before we get to Daniel's thoughts here, I'd love to get what you're thinking in terms of the Chiefs, the Super Bowl champion Chiefs there.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the hot rumors being linked to Zay. I personally think that would be a bad pick. I thought last year the Chiefs kind of proved, you know, you don't necessarily need a true number one when you have Kelsey and Mahomes. You know, he elevates the play of the receivers they have on the roster. I would certainly look at the trenches, whether that's a right tackle or a defensive end. I think that's where they go. I personally would go defensive end in this class. I think that's where the value is, where they're drafting, whether that's Will McDonald, a Keon White, Derek Hall, a Felix Uzuma. Like, those are the names I think would make a lot of sense for the Chiefs. If not that, again, a tackle, whether that's Antoine Harrison, Matt Bergeron, DeJuan Jones. You know, those are some of the names I would consider picking at, you know, pick 31 or trade back. I think they're a prime trade back candidate as well.
All right, I know that there's a lot of mocks that have the Chiefs taking a defensive end. Daniel, what do you think they ultimately are doing tonight? You think it's more for an offensive weapon, or you think they kind of continue to beef up the defense?
Yeah, I think originally tackle would have been where they probably wanted to go. That is not playing out to their liking.
No.
I think Juwan Taylor was like this. We're going to say he's going to play left tackle, but we all know that if our left tackle's on the board, we're going to take him and he's going to play right anyway. Like that seems like the plan in place for them. And then, you know, Skronsky, Johnson, Wright, and Jones all go in the top 15, so top 14 actually. So it was plans out the door for them. I think that they're probably going to trade up. I don't see them trading out personally. Brett Veach is not someone to really do that in the first round. I think that he also really likes to have the drafting Kansas City. He wants to show everybody, look, we're not messing around. We want to trade up and get somebody. And I lean more towards wide receiver. I think while there's buzz around Flowers, I think that's more of a smokescreen, and they would prefer Quentin Johnston or Jordan Addison would be somebody that they would be looking to trade up for. Try to get in front of the Giants, because I know that the Giants, I think everyone knows the Giants want to get a receiver, someone that can maybe not only play in the slot for them, because that seems to be their entire roster as slot receivers, but defensive end is probably going to be what, if they stay at 31, if they can't find a way to get up, defensive end makes the most sense, especially with the way the board is falling for them. But that's how I see it right now, and I appreciate all the boos in the chat. You guys are great.
Could they be a Kincaid landing spot? Because that's to me like
absolutely not. Don't even talk about it.
The 12 personnel you could do with Kelsey and Kincaid would be, I mean, talk about a nightmare matchup problem for defenses.
I think ideally they would prefer not to draft a tight end in the first round, because I still think that while Travis Kelce is playing the way he's playing, they don't want to invest too highly in the position. And again, Noah Gray came on better last year, good product out of Duke. They still have Jody Fortson, who again was an UDFA out of Volstead, if I'm not mistaken. tight end transfer, wide receiver, and then back to tight end. He was a big athletic guy that they like to use 13 personnel with, and I still believe Blake Bell's on the roster. So they have 4 tight ends on the roster still, and they're going to use a lot more 13 and 12 personnel next year. But I personally believe that they would rather wait. Now, if Mayer or Kincaid is their highest graded player on the board when it comes down time to pick, that might end up swaying their mind, or that might make them trade back, like you suggested, Brentley. So that's probably something that they would rather not do. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and Dalton Kincaid would be a lot of fun. And again, I've talked about this on the channel a lot. If the Chiefs, which we kind of saw last year, think about offense differently, not position, more a little bit positionless. Dalton Kincaid comes in as like a slot outside, like Travis Kelce, player and a move tight end. He's not going to play in line a ton because that's not what he does well, but it allows them to be very versatile. And we know that Patrick Mahomes elevates the weapons around him. And MVS, Juju Smith-Schuster, Noah Gray, all these guys last year ended up playing well. They obviously won the Super Bowl. So it comes down to how they think about offense. Kincaid would unlock a lot of different things. So again, if they're thinking that way, then I definitely see that making some sense to them.
So we got Goodell at the podium right now.
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community that supports the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. With World Wish Day only a couple days away, I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame
That's awesome.
cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle's wish is to announce the first round pick of his favorite team, the New York Jets. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Kyle as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Kyle.
This kid's got a great suit, great shoes.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight. Yeah!
I love this kid. This kid's great.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Will McDonald.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
Excuse me?
What happened to Nolan Smith, everybody?
What?
Did he die?
Oh my gosh. At 15?
That's rich
Whew.
for Will McDonald.
Oh my Atlanta.
Are the Chargers going to walk into a good edge here?
Dude. My God.
Or a corner at this point?
How do you
Yeah, right?
justify Will McDonald over Nolan Smith? I mean, let alone Miles Murphy. But
Measurables.
in terms of
Like
you can
height or
measurables, but
length.
Will McDonald,
You can't.
he's so soft against the run. He's literally a one-dimensional player against this.
Shout out NFL Network for being like 5 minutes delayed. We got our guy Arjun is watching the draft in Tyler's living room right there, so that's a fun one. All right, we got our next guy Shannon here as well. So Brentley, gut feeling here for the Chargers, man. We're a few picks away. What do you think?
Gut feeling. Man, part of me thinks it's gonna be a shocker. It's gonna be a corner. Part of me thinks it's gonna be a shocker. It's gonna be a corner. I'm going corner. Going shock. Going Deontay Banks.
Ooh,
literally.
Unless Gonzalez on the board.
Unless Gonzalez sticks
on the
around,
board.
yeah.
If Gonzalez on the board and the Chargers don't pick, I'm making some phone calls. But all right, guys, thanks for having me.
All right, man, Brentley, appreciate you. We'll talk soon. I'm sure this was great to have you on tonight.
All right, guys, later.
All right, well, we got. I thought our other guy was in here still. I guess that's Alex still. Dude, Will McDonald was like a pretty common mock for the Chiefs at 31.
Which
where
also
did
made
you
no
land on
sense.
this kind of edge rusher group outside of Will Anderson and Tyree Wilson?
This was I didn't have Tyree Wilson with the first round grade, didn't have Lucas Van Ness with the first round grade, didn't have Will McDonald with the first round grade. I had three guys with first round grades: Will Anderson, Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith. That's what I had. And honestly, if you think back to all the mocks that we saw with Will McDonald going to the Chiefs, that also stylistically made no sense. They don't draft undersized defensive ends. They don't do it. So everyone was just trying to make something happen that didn't fit to what Steve Spagnuolo typically wants. Now, if Joe Cullen, who's the defensive line coach in Kansas City now, has more pull, we'll kind of see that in this draft and how it unfolds. But coming into this, like Will McDonald, Brentley was talking about it. He can't play the run. And he was a misused player. I think as some people want to kind of project that onto his upside. He's an excellent pass rusher, but you play the NFL unless you're a designated pass rusher, which is fine, but you're taking that the first round at 15. I don't know if he's going to be able to defend the run in the NFL. I don't know. We'll see how that develops, how his strength develops, how he gets better, setting that edge, getting that strength. The speed to power is there, but it's inconsistent, and you see it at times flash as the pass rusher. You don't really see it setting an edge. So you can use that speed to power to set an edge. You see guys like Derek Hall do that extremely well. He gets that burst off the line, and he just really digs in there. You don't see it a ton from Will McDonald. So it's weird for a team that just took Jermaine Johnson last year.
Yeah, that too.
In the first round, they come in and they draft Will McDonald. I don't know, man. It's a weird pick. I understand you want to go for the upside. You want to get these designated pass rushers, but using a first round pick on it, it's a bit rich for me.
Yeah, I think I would have been happy if the Chargers had traded down and snagged him, at 27, 29 or something like that. At 15, that's kind of crazy to me. So lots of talented players on the board here at 16. The Washington Commanders pick is in.
Man,
you're not going to guess it.
I was going to say they've been pretty commonly linked to cornerback. They're not. So it's not Gonzalez, I take it then.
I mean, I hope so. That would be a good pick for them, but they just got, Eric Bieniemy. So it wouldn't shock me if they went, wide receiver for whatever reason.
Yeah. No, I was thinking, you would know obviously, but I was thinking that the Commanders would be a good spot for Kincaid just because obviously Bieniemy comes from being able to use Travis Kelce and not to say that I hate the comparison to all-time great, but they have Logan Thomas, who's not exactly anything great, but I figured that they would be a potential landing spot for Kincaid.
Yeah, for sure. Him or Mayer. I mean, honestly, I think Eric Bieniemy is one of those coaches that really does like the hardworking aspect of Michael Mayer with the blocking. I think, we talked a little bit about him on Twitter. He's more versatile as a runner after the catch, as a guy who reads defenses as well. So tight end, I like Cole Turner. I liked Cole Turner out of Nevada last year. He's in there, but he's not somebody you're building your offense around as a tight end. So it makes some sense, especially when you figure their wide receiver room is kind of stacked. So taking a receiver here doesn't make a ton of sense personally, unless you're trading Terry McLaurin. I know you're not going to hire Eric Bieniemy to trade Terry McLaurin. I know you're not going to do that. So I think tight end here makes a lot of sense for, again, I would love Logan Thomas to be able to stay healthy, but he hasn't been able to do that. He had that one excellent season with Alex Smith, and then he's been dealing with injuries ever since. So they might just do it and take their offense and just try to win with what they got.
All right, here's Washington.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes.
Oh my gosh.
What? Over Gonzalez and Porter and Banks?
Oh. Is Gonzalez okay?
What's happening to Christian Gonzalez?
There's got to be something medical here or something.
We haven't seen anything medical about him. We saw stuff about Tyree Wilson medicals coming up before the draft, and he was taken 7th. Whew. I'm a little
Emmanuel
didn't see
Forbes
that
is
one,
corner
man.
2. And the Patriots pick is already in. Maybe this is where Tom Telesco is.
This has to be the Gonzalez pick, right? This,
Get that
Or
one.
I guess, I mean, Porter Jr. would make some sense there too.
yeah, Bill Belichick's like, I know who I want. And look, Emmanuel Forbes is a fantastic football player.
Totally.
I think if he were like 190 pounds, he might have been the first corner off the board. I honestly believe that, but he is 166 pounds. I know that he's talked about being up to 170. He wants to get to 180 by the season. Those are, we'll see if your explosive downhill ability and your explosive read and react ability are still there when you're nearly 20 pounds heavier than you were.
Yeah, maybe aim for 180 when you're like 25 or 26 or something.
Yeah, that's definitely something to be aimed for. But again, this draft has so far been betting on like high-end possible traits. And I mean, you go big or go home. I understand it. And I had a second-round grade on Forbes, so I don't necessarily hate taking him in the first round. It's still, again, a little high. It's just a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I know we got you a little bit short on time, Daniel. So I want to get your thoughts really quick here. Unless the Patriots are announcing this right now. They're showing the stage. Okay, Patriots are announcing right now.
Yeah, they're going in right now.
This is in the 2023 NFL Draft. The New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez.
There it is.
Trade back and
There
get
it is.
Gonzalez is nasty.
That's one of the best trade backs I've ever seen Bill Belichick hit. I've ever seen it.
Nasty. Woo. Wow.
Man.
That's fantastic value. You trade back, you acquire draft picks, and you get, in my opinion, the best corner in this draft class. That's taking candy from a baby.
Yeah, literally. All right, Daniel, well, we got you on a short time, I know. So before we get you out of here, I want to ask you, and I forgot to ask Brentley this, but who are some gold star players on day 2 that you are definitely pounding on the table for in this class?
Yeah, I have like 50, actually close to almost 90 prospects graded on day 2. I have a ton of guys. I think that's where the value is for this entire draft class. I think Matthew Bergeron is going to be, I think he's going to be an elite level guard in the NFL, but I think he might start at tackle and then work his way there. But I think that his guard traits are elite, much like a Peter Skoronski level. He could probably get to that point. I think Matthew Bergeron can get there. I still think Cedric Tillman and Jonathan Mingo are both going to go on day 2. I love the upside. Some of the only real possible receivers in this draft class that have that upside to really bring the downfield ability to offenses with that size and that physicality. I think that Mingo is an underrated player for catch point as well. His size, I think he uses it really well and can extend his arms exceptionally. And on defense, just really quickly, I have Sidney Brown. I love Sidney Brown on day 2. I just love the way he plays football, and when you get a guy like that who I can deal with a little bit of some maybe missed tackles, some over aggression at times, you can kind of coach that out. The way he plays, he's so instinctual. He's kind of like Devin Witherspoon, just a little bit smaller and playing safety. So I love the way he plays. These guys, by the way, this corner day 2 was going to be insane. It's going to be insane. So yeah, those are just some guys that I really love on day 2.
There we go. All right, man. Appreciate your time tonight, Chargers fans. I know he's a Chiefs fan, but Daniel
appreciate it.
Daniel does great work with the draft. He's one of my favorite follows to, talk about, pick his brain a little bit. It really kind of made me go back and revisit Michael Mayer in particular. I remember that conversation. So make sure to check him out at InHarmsWay19 on Twitter. And Daniel, thanks so much for joining us tonight, man.
Thank you guys for having me. I really do appreciate it. And again, the warm welcome, you guys are fantastic. Fans are fans. Like, that's what this is all about. Yeah. I love it. And I get that, y'all hate the Chiefs. That's fine. I don't hate anybody. Like I'm kind of like a indiscriminate fan now, since I've done this for as long as I have, only 5 years now. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And again, I appreciate you guys having me on. It's always great to talk about the draft and anything, you guys. So yeah, thank you so much.
All right, man. Appreciate it. We'll talk soon for sure.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, so we're jumping right in here. Next up on the list for tonight, Mr. Shane Carter from A to Z Sports, who covers the Cowboys. Shane, apologies for keeping you waiting there, but what's up, man? How you doing tonight?
I ain't got to apologize. That was good stuff to hear. How y'all doing?
Hey, man, doing good.
How's it going? How's it going?
It's going real good. It's going real good. This is one of my favorite times of the year. To me, it's a nice little 3-day holiday, even though we all got to work. I was waiting. I always expect those big splash moves to happen in the middle of the rounds, but we got a nice one right off the bat with the Texans going back from 12 to 3 to go back-to-back first-round picks. And I did not see Jahmyr Gibbs going to 12. That might have been the most surprising pick so far.
No, 100%. That and the fall of Christian Gonzalez, I think, is definitely surprising tonight. So
I ain't that surprised by it, just because that's one of those positions that's so deep in this class, and that's what we see year after year in deep positions. They allow players to fall because they believe they can get someone of equal value, not necessarily the same skill, but equal value in later rounds. And in this year, it's very deep at edge rusher, cornerback, tight end, and running back. So we're going to see guys who would be first, second round picks and otherwise absent years go in the 4th and 5th round just because.
Yeah, very true. All right, we got the Lions at 18. Pick is in. It's currently on commercial break, so we'll see what happens there. But I'm really excited for this because Shane and I have messaged back and forth a few times. We wanted to have a conversation about Kellen Moore and Doug Nussmeier at some point. We weren't able to get anything done there. So we'll see how much time this is going to give us here. But what do you make of the whole Kellen Moore situation here as the Cowboys kind of decided to move on and him landing essentially within 24 hours with the Chargers?
Well, the sense from Cowboys Nation was that they were ready to see Kellen Moore go. It wasn't that we knew he wasn't a good offensive coordinator, because you could argue he's one of the better ones in the league. It was just that it seemed like it reached its peak with this offense. And sometimes the right offensive coordinator and the right quarterback ain't always on the same page. Mm-hmm. Kellen Moore very much comes from the Jason Garrett playbook, the guy before Mike McCarthy. And Mike McCarthy is very much an offensive-minded guy and a traditionalist in the sense that he wants to be the head coach and call the plays. Now, nowadays, you see a lot more of the head coaches letting the coordinators take over, and the head coaches has the overview. Whereas before, and y'all know this, a lot of times if it's a defensive-minded coach, he'll spend a lot of time with the defense, often calling plays, also in the offense. That ain't really how it is anymore. But Mike McCarthy wants to call the plays. Brian Schottenheimer's going to be the offensive coordinator in name alone. But with Kellen Moore, what you're going to get out of him in terms of the height is going to be a guy who's going to spread the field. He looks for mismatches in the secondary, especially with his receivers, and he takes advantage of them. That's one of his best traits as far as a play caller. He sees they are very deep. They're in terms of analytics, they are very bad. 15 yards down the field on this hash mark and so on and so forth. And so he will scheme up a way to get someone like Mike Williams open down on the seam because they can't cover 15 yards down the field next to the sidelines for whatever reason. He's those kind of guys. But the problem is, what I noticed with him as a play caller is that a lot of times when his back is against the wall, he has a hard time adjusting to teams who have a really good defense scheme against him. Now, to his defense, last year there's a lot of injuries. There was a lack of talent in the receiving group. A lot of stuff happened, so it ain't always on him. But it was time for him to move on, and it was an amicable split. He was ready to move on. Mike McCarthy was ready to take control of the helm of the offense, and it was the right time. That's the basic way to say it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it was just so surprising to us to hear about how negative the reactions from Cowboys fans were, because the statistics. I went back and watched some of the games this year, even with Cooper Rush and Tyler. Did you hear about the pick already?
Yeah.
Is ESPN behind now?
No, I happened to the pick hasn't even been in yet, so I had no idea. But yes, I did see it.
Okay, don't say nothing because I got my TV on mute because I know y'all have it on volume on the show.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. A lot of people saying "Holy shit, Lions!"
I saw his mouth go so I'm just is it Nolan Smith? It's not gonna be Nolan Smith. That ain't a jaw dropping kind of. It's Will Levis, ain't it? It's Will Levis, ain't it?
No.
No.
Okay, you know how Jahmyr Gibbs was a surprise given.
Okay. Don't tell me that's a good little setup. Just stop there with that. I don't want to know. I got my alerts. I got my Ian Rappaport alerts turned off for today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who do the Cowboys want the most? Who do you want the most?
Okay, so who I want the most? I really wanted Darnell Wright out of Tennessee. That's who I really wanted, but he's gone. And then Dan Quinn's guy, Will McDonald, who I thought was the most likely pick, he's gone, which was kind of a shock. Of the guys,
sorry, here's Roger Goodell right now.
Yep, but
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell.
What? A linebacker in this class?
Okay. I can see
doing
that.
it so the Chargers don't have to. I appreciate it.
Oh
Thanks for
my
checking out
gosh.
Never mind.
So he ain't a bad player. He's just very much a traditional, old school type of off-ball inside linebacker.
Solid player for sure.
Yeah, he is. He ain't going to be your coverage guy. He's very much going to be your old school Mike linebacker. He's going to read the quarterback, call out scheme. He's going to often if he's going to be in coverage, it'll be against a running back or a tight end if they come across the middle if they're in zone coverage. I like him. I think he might be one of the better tacklers among the linebacker group. But if you want a guy,
get Arjun's reaction.
I hear it. So I actually had Jack Campbell as my third rated inside linebacker. I had Drew Sanders and Dan Henley a little bit like 1 and 2. Okay. I like Sanders' ability to rush the passer really well. I think that's kind of an underrated trait, especially as inside linebackers learn how to blitz the A gap. And Henley, as a converted wide receiver, is one of the best coverage guys in this group. He was a late riser, but I really like that ability. Campbell is very much a solid, safe pick. If you want a guy who won't be a bust, who'll be a reliable starter for you inside, and you want someone who won't be a bad player, it's going to be this guy. He's a good tackler. He's good at reading the run. He ain't going to give you much in the way of the new traditional sort of in coverage guy, especially in the slot. He ain't going to be that guy. He's going to be, he's going to be your Brian Urlacher type of linebackers, your Leighton Vander Esch, since I'm a Cowboys fan, type of linebacker. But that's okay. That is okay. If you are looking for a hard-nosed guy who will stop the run and play good football, which obviously they want to do in Detroit. Look at their coach who's over here biting knees and drinking 64 ounces of coffee. Like he actually does kind of fit that system. And I don't hate the pick. I think there were better players available.
Sure.
But the board is subjective to the team.
Yeah, no, I like Jack Campbell. He was my top graded linebacker. But this class, man, this is wild. So we got the Buccaneers at 19 here. Pick is in. So we kind of cut you off there from the pick, but in terms of the Cowboys, I know your guy Jay Tuck has been talking about Drew Sanders a good amount. Obviously, there's that kind of love for Dan Quinn to get that kind of versatile linebacker. I think there's been a lot of smoke around Michael Mayer to the Cowboys, especially by Dane Brugler. So what are you ultimately thinking? You think maybe the Cowboys trade up at this point? Maybe they trade down, or they stick and pick here?
I don't know if the Cowboys have the draft capital really to move up. They have one pick per round because they already used 2 picks to acquire Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks in the offseason, as well as a future pick for next year that goes in with the Brandon Cooks trade. So if anything, if they were going to trade it, be traded back. So I would be interested to see. So I know for a fact, because I texted a buddy of mine who I don't want to reveal any of this stuff online. I know for a fact in terms of tight ends, they have Dalton Kincaid out of Utah as their top rated tight end. The thing with the tight end class is that the top tight ends all do different things differently. So my top tight end, I told you this, was Michael Mayer, just because I think he's the most ready to play out the gates. He doesn't do anything spectacular, but he does everything well. My favorite tight end, who's actually my tight end too, is Sam Laporta out of Iowa, who I thought just because I think even though he doesn't have the upside of Michael Mayer, I think he's sort of like might be the best combination of receiving and run blocking. Even though in a stale Iowa offense, which was awful to watch, he's definitely the best yard after the catch tight end in this class. I like Dalton Kincaid as maybe the best pure receiver among the tight ends. I think the pick might be coming in actually.
Yeah, here's Goodell with pick 19.
All right, pause that.
With the 19th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kalijah Keaton, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
Oh my gosh,
that's not Vita Vea.
That's a good player. No, it's the opposite of Vita Vea. Vita Vea is a big, stout, run stuff and nose tackle. This guy is a kind of an undersized 3 technique who can play 5 tech if you go 3-man front. Who's really gnarly and rushes the pass. He's aggressive off the line. He's one of the faster guys at the combine. I think he was measured 6'1", 280, 285. So he's a smaller defensive tackle, but he's nasty. And I love his first step off the snap. It's almost like as soon as the ball is snapped, he moves just with the offensive line. He has good patience, waits for the play to develop. And he, I think, has some of the best pass rushing skills of all the interior defensive linemen in this class. I had Cansey as, if I could Give me a sec. I can look it up. Kansas has my 4th rated defensive tackle. But as far as a pass rush standpoint, I think he actually might be the best.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's kind of where the difference is, right? Like, and they did list him at defensive end when they called his name. I don't know if that makes any kind of difference.
Well, he can play 5 tech. He can play
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do kind of you can justify that, I think, by making him work like that and you're not stucking him in the inside, but doing more with him. So, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Back to what I was talking about Dalton Kincaid. They have Dalton Kincaid as ranked as their top rated tight end. And I know, Steven, I know he's your favorite. He might be your favorite player in this draft. You're a Utah guy.
Yeah.
I like Kincaid as far as like if we wanted a receiver, but the problem is like in terms of a blocking ability, they already have a guy who's better as a blocker in Jake Ferguson, which is why they were okay letting Dalton Schultz leave him for agency.
Sure.
I don't know if the tight end talk is smokescreen or not. Just because I think they could use a tight end, at least a third one. I like Peyton Hendershot, the rookie from Indiana they got last year also. They both stepped up really well when Dalton Schultz missed time. I just don't think it's one of their more immediate needs. Their more immediate needs, in my opinion, were they need a starting left guard. They need defensive tackle depth because they only have 3 guys who I can guarantee will be on the roster. And then possibly another receiver, just because outside of CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, and Brandon Cooks, their wide receiver depth is very much USFL bound. That's not disrespectful, but I'm just being honest.
Fair. All right, Shane. We got the Chargers coming up here, so we'll get you out of here really quickly on a couple day 2 guys. You're
I want to stay for the pick. I want to see y'all's reactions.
You can stay in the thing, but we gotta have the 2 of us in here. Yeah. But you can 2 gold star players that you're paying the table for on day 2.
Okay, 2 gold star players on day 2. Clark Phillips from Utah, just because you're a Utah guy, but I think he might have the best ball. He might have the best ball skills of the cornerbacks left, and now that Emmanuel Forbes is gone. And I already said Sam Laporta, so I won't say Sam Laporta, but my number 2 ranked running back, Tajay Spears, out of Tulane, has the best combination of vision and balance in the backfield. I think he is going to be underdrafted and be one of the best productive players in the draft. Sorry, I saw a little message pop up in the bottom.
Sorry.
But I appreciate having me on. Thank you.
All right, Shane, man. Appreciate it. We'll catch up soon for sure. We got the Seahawks coming up here, so we'll talk soon, man. Thanks for coming on tonight.
Peace.
Take care, Shane.
See.
All right, so guests got a little
dude.
Okay, up there,
I swear on my life. Okay, this draft is working out great.
Yeah, this draft is crazy, man. This draft is crazy. The fact that potentially both Miles Murphy and Nolan Smith can be on the board here at 21 is insane to me. So, Tyler, what are your thoughts here right now? I know we haven't had a chance to pick each other's brains with the guests coming in, but what are you thinking right now?
I don't know what to be thinking. So, okay. Just for like context for the board, like for me, and I get why they wouldn't go corner, but Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, JSN, Brian Branch, and Dalton Kincaid all have first round grades for me, and I believe we're the same in that regard, I think. And they're all available. Now, I get the whole trading back thing. I don't know, man. It's like does Baltimore jump Seattle or jump the Chargers? You know?
Oh, for a corner,
No.
I think they would.
I'm just
For
saying.
a corner,
like,
were those receivers?
yeah, I think that's maybe something to consider. I don't know, man. But like me personally, as happy as I would be for one of these offensive players, not named JSN, like Smith Murphy, but then like JSN is right there. And that is the one player, honestly, that I just think the Chargers look at that and go, Josh Palmer, you are our future Mike Williams. We're putting JSN out there because he's the best receiver in the draft.
I mean, we were kind of just operating under the assumption that JSN would be long gone at this point. I mean, people were talking about him as like early as number 10, number 11. So this board could not have fallen better for the Chargers. And I know, like, I probably would pick one of the pass rushers right here. Adams is announcing something. Oh. That's not about I thought they were going to like announce the trade or something. So yeah, man, I think this is. I am hard pressed to like pass on some of these guys. Like, I mean, there's JSN has a first round grade for me. Joey Porter Jr. has a first round grade for me. Miles Murphy has a first round grade for me. Obviously, Dalton Kincaid too. Like, there's 4 legit first round grades here, and maybe that's prime trade back territory, right? Because you can maybe get one of those guys later on. So this is tough though, man. I like Jackson Smith and Jigba on this offense. That would be filthy, man. That really would be filthy. We got 30 comments going on right now. I'm in the Banners tab now because I definitely don't want to have anything spoiled.
I'm waiting on the Seahawks pick. As soon as they announce their pick, I'm out of here.
What do you mean you're out of here?
The comments.
The comments.
Like,
okay.
I'm switching to Banners.
Gotcha. I'm already in the Banners. We got 35 comments that I haven't read. So, again, please, if you're in the chat here, please do not spoil the pick for those who are trying to watch live. So, just try and be a little bit patient if you can to react in the chat, especially with the Chargers pick. Oh, we got some Seahawks fans and Niners fans going at it on TV.
Like a fight? Or...
No, not really. They're just like talking shit to each other, though.
Please.
Okay, so the pick is still not in for the Seahawks. Is this a Will Levis spot? Okay, pick is in for the Seahawks. So
okay, so Seahawks are sticking and picking.
So pick is in, which means the Chargers are technically on the
clock.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Man, this board could not have fallen any better for the Chargers, though. Like, this is, I mean, we got 2 running backs, a linebacker. This is crazy. All right, we still got ESPN showing the desk right now, so I think we're still a couple of minutes away from them announcing it. Showing the Seahawks war room right now.
Okay,
72 unread comments right now.
Yeah, I'm switching to Banners. I'm not looking in the comments, so I have no idea.
Appreciate you guys, man. We got 575 people in the chat right now, so this has been awesome. Hopefully you enjoyed the guest this year. That was our final guest. Arjun's going to hop on in a little bit here. I wanted to mix it up a little bit, so hopefully you guys got some good insight into this draft class from Brentley, Daniel, Shane, as well as Billy earlier today. So can't thank them enough for joining us tonight. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. All right. ESPN still talking. Don't see Goodell just yet.
Popper gave the wrong pick.
Oh, no. For the Seahawks or for?
The Seahawks. No, I have no idea about the Chargers.
Okay. All right. They're going to go to commercial break right now?
They would go to commercial break.
Yeah, they would.
They would, but that's a good sign, I think.
No, they're not going to commercial break. They're about to show Goodell, I think.
Oh my gosh!
Which means they're going to go on commercial break right when the Chargers are picking. Freaking classic. Okay, here comes Goodell. Looks like we're going to have a guest announcer again, or several guest announcers. Oh wow, bunch of football players.
You want to like pull up a chair and sit over here?
Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth. These young men and women embody the NFL values of respect, integrity,
Hi, Arjun.
and responsibility to their teams.
Switch the headphones, you guys.
Your accomplishments and your academic and football careers. Now,
there you go.
The selection, please welcome.
I wasn't sure if he wanted my
rebate.
ear phone in his ear.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson and Jigba, wide receiver.
Wow.
Ohio State.
All right. They didn't announce Smith and Jigba. They just said in Jigba. We got some technical difficulties going on with Tyler and Arjun right now. Oh my gosh. Are you guys good?
Yeah, he turn off the lights.
We
Good thing
Oops.
I'm wearing pants and such. All right,
Man, both Miles Murphy and Nolan Smith on the board right now. This is crazy.
I've emotionally hedged with a bet on Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
So you know what? I'm ready.
God.
I
I think Michael Mayer
Mayer
is a really good football player, but them taking Mayer over these two edge rushers.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Let me make sure I get out of that Twitter. Okay, so we are all going to find out at the same time. I see 600 viewers. I appreciate you guys being here. I just won't be able to talk to you at all until I hear it from Steven's iPad.
Yep. I'm not even checking the chat, so we got 138 comments to catch up on.
Okay, you gotta go this way. I'd be okay if they traded down also because they're like you still have Murphy, Smith, Zay, Porter, Banks all on the board. Like if they want to trade down with the Jags or with the Giants, I'd be okay with that. But like you stick and pick here.
I think you trade down for offense or stick and pick for defense.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel.
Yeah, 100%. With Porter and Banks and Murphy and Smith on the board right here,
Yeah,
I think you got to go defense right now.
If you trade back, Ravens are definitely going to go corner. I could see Giants trading up to go corner. Like Vikings should probably go receiver then. Like if you trade down, you still could land one of the edge guys. But
yeah, you think maybe this is a spot where they could trade down with the Giants? Maybe Giants come up and get a corner right here.
Yeah, I think you could.
If you can get Mayer at 25.
Tyler.
I'm just saying,
But-
Baltimore, Minnesota, Jacksonville.
Yeah, and I mean Shane does come from Buffalo, where like, you know, Brandon Bean trades up more than he trades down, so like it wouldn't like be completely out of the picture. But I'm okay if they stick and pick here just because they have guys.
No, you definitely have options here with the pass rushers. Like, I mean, when there was a chance that neither of these guys were going to be on the board here at 21.
Yeah.
So the fact that you could make your pick of Nolan Smith and Miles Murphy, that's insane value to me. And this would be, again, you know, Telesco just, you know, playing the board, chilling and letting a great player fall to him again. So, you know, maybe that's the pick. Maybe they end up trading down. We got 4 minutes left on the clock here. So
633 people in the chat, man. We haven't mentioned Jordan Addison yet. I think that is worth mentioning. But at this point, like,
gotta go edge.
Yeah, if you're sticking and picking, I think you do the edge rusher. I think you can trade down potentially and still get one of the wide receivers. There was so much smoke today about all of these receivers going in between the top 15, top 20. And Jackson Smith and Jigba as wide receiver 1 at pick number 20 is just kind of crazy, man.
Still have more running backs than wide receivers, man. It's still a thing. Who said that again?
I think it was Schrager. Also, it wasn't the tweets. It was what he said on NFL Network.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
Okay.
We got 3 minutes left for the Chargers, showing some nice Josh Palmer, Asante Samuel Jr. highlights right now in the background. Looking great.
I'm so nervous for this one.
I'm surprised they haven't gone to ad.
Yeah, I know. Well, don't jinx it.
I'm just getting
All
this
right,
out there.
pick is in for the Chargers, y'all. Pick is in for the Chargers. Whew. I like Tyler. I feel like this is definitely the most wide open I think the Chargers draft has ever been. And, you know, they could go in any number of directions right here, and I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I have, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first round pick kind of players available.
Yep.
I mean, could be 6 Banks. I mean,
butterflies, man. Butterflies.
To be fair, I'm happy really with whoever they take here. I just have certain tiers of happy.
Yeah. There's a lot of great options for them on the board right now.
No, you help Justin Herbert, or you're either going to help Justin Herbert right now, or get a first round grade kind of defensive player, like a premium defensive player, or you're helping Justin Herbert.
And this is assuming Telesco doesn't reach, which I don't.
Shush.
He doesn't know, but he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that very often.
All right. Cool. Why are they showing Will Levis right now? They're talking about quarterbacks. Like, come on.
That'd be funny.
Did you see there was a certain mock drafter out there that had a Hendon Hooker going to the Chiefs?
I wonder who that
was. we talked about this. Okay, almost at 700 people, man. I appreciate you guys.
There's 218 comments for me to read that I haven't read yet. All right, they're showing the war room right now. So I would imagine the pick is about to be announced. There's good old Dean Spanos, Tom Telesco, Brandon Staley.
Oh wow, okay.
Hopefully they show the
analytics
people
Arjun.
Why are you looking at your phone right now, man?
Sorry,
bro. They do this like. Okay, here we go.
I just made Arjun more nervous, but I just showed him.
Why we got to talk about that, Mike Greenberg? No, ESPN. No, come on. It's frozen. Shit.
Okay, well, we're gonna get it on our TV then, I guess.
Hey, unmute yours. Go.
Okay, go. Then
we're back.
Wait, we're back.
The Los Angeles Chargers select
Quentin Johnston.
I called it so hard. I was right. Called it so hard.
Okay,
so Quentin Johnston.
Okay, so that, I mean, again, that does lean towards a kind of player that they do need on their roster that does fit their physical prototypes. Like they go over this receiver that doesn't fit their size. So that makes sense. But that's definitely a surprise there. All right.
I am shocked right now.
I'm not.
I'm not shocked. I'm just shocked considering who was on the board.
Okay.
But
if you told me Nolan Smith was on the board, I'm less excited for Quentin Johnston. But yeah, I mean, when Arjun tweeted the RAS thing the other day, I mean, you talk about that. You talk about what this guy can do, yards after the catch. Just didn't surprise me. He's a more natural fit for what the Chargers want to do than Addison or Zay Flowers was. And I know there's groups of people that don't want to hear that, but like, this is how Tom Telesco evaluates wide receivers, and I don't hate the pick.
No, me neither.
In terms of the player you are getting. I'm prepared to get ratioed.
No, that's fine. I mean, obviously Quentin Johnston wasn't my favorite guy available in terms of wide receiver or overall player. I will say it's at least encouraging that the Chargers went out and got someone who, if utilized like his strengths are supposed to be, you can go ahead and add something to your offense that you don't currently have. Which is sort of how I maybe would have seen someone like Mingo. But so, I mean, this indicates to me that you're probably getting rid of Mike Williams for Josh Palmer next year.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Quentin Johnston was lower for me than you guys, but I will say, from like a positive standpoint, like I think you can do some similar things with Quentin Johnston that Kellen Moore was able to do with CeeDee Lamb. Again, not saying that Quentin Johnston is CeeDee Lamb, but the way that you can isolate Quentin Johnston and get him yards after the catch opportunities, you know, I think that's the vision here. Like, I think there's a lot of Chargers fans who are going to make the comparison to Quentin Johnston and Mike Williams. The players are completely different stylistically. This is not a jump ball guy, deep ball guy. I think for me, the vision with Quentin Johnston is horizontal routes. You get him on slants, you get him on overs, you get him on drags, on digs, jet sweeps, and you let him grow the rest of his game after that. So like, there's going to be a lot of negativity. I see it in the chat already. This is not what I would have done for sure. But I think with Quentin Johnston, you get a lot of the things that a lot of fans were asking for in terms of his yards after the catch ability, in terms of his athletic profile. I do think he's significantly faster than what his 40 time or his 40 time displayed at the combine, or it might have been at his pro day. But this is a bet on athletic traits, and this is a class that has a bunch of small guys, and I get it. Like everybody wanted Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison, but Quentin Johnston just checked more boxes for them from a physical profile standpoint.
Yep.
And I think you give this guy a chance to develop, and I think he's got an incredibly high ceiling. There's just a lot of risk here too. Like that's the thing for me. I'm not sure if I would have made this bet on the risk of the things.
Out of all the wide receivers, this is the one I would have taken. Throwing Nolan Smith in there, no, I would not have made this decision. But
yeah,
with this pick, I mean, he's the highest potential guy.
Yeah, and they're certainly betting on that. So the good news is whatever the Chargers decide to do on offense, they have added a new dimension they do not have to their offense, like good or bad. Now, we have to catch the football, right? I'm fascinated with this idea that maybe they also believe that Keenan Allen is more of an outside guy, potentially at this point, because he can win outside. So they put him more on the outside, and Quentin Johnston is more your slot guy, move around sort of guy. I don't know. You can do a lot with this group. So,
yeah, I think from a long-term perspective, like Tyler's talking about, next year you probably have Keenan, Josh Palmer, Quentin Johnston. I mean, everybody wanted a wide receiver. Like this is a group that you're going to really have a ton of potential with this kind of group, and create some mismatches on offense. Like like Alex was saying, I think from a wide receiver perspective, I get why you would take Quentin Johnston. I think we're all just kind of on the board that we wanted one of the pass rushers, maybe a trade down or something like that. But I understand why you would want to draft Quentin Johnston. I don't love the pick, but I get it. I like it. I support it. I think you can do a lot of fun things with Quentin Johnston that you didn't have outside of Johnston on this roster.
Yeah. I also do think that partially you do have to wait to copium right here. It is massive copium. I am curious if there is something up with Nolan Smith and Miles Murphy, because both of them are still not taken.
Sure.
Again, not that the Chargers, obviously they didn't feel like they needed to take an edge rusher here, but I am curious at this point. You don't test and play like both of those guys and then have Will McDonald go over you, in my opinion.
I assume they couldn't trade back because the Ravens and Vikings probably would have taken Johnston.
Yeah, maybe.
Yep.
Maybe.
Look, yesterday in our Discord, we talked about it. Chargers to take a receiver got steamed all the way to minus 200. Quentin Johnston specifically to the Chargers became plus 170. And, Chargers don't really leak a lot of stuff. So I was a little bit skeptical, but yeah, I'm with Alex. I'm not really surprised they did this. I think it was a couple of weeks ago, I put out that table looking at athletic thresholds for the Chargers that they give at receiver. Quentin Johnston was one of the few that had at least 6 thresholds, compared to the receiver averages or higher. The other 2 were Cedric Tillman and Jonathan Mingo, right? So he fits everything they look for. You compare him to Josh Palmer, especially. He's 3 inches taller. He's 2 inches taller. He's 2 pounds heavier. His arm length is 0.5 inches longer, 0.01 faster 40-yard time, and he just jumps much higher. So he just fits what they look for. And again, as much as we wanted to believe Kellen Moore coming in, they're going to go with a new prototype, they're going to have a new set of receivers. This is still the same scouts. These are the same scouts that have been in this regime. So as much as everyone wanted them to take JSN or Zay or an Addison, they never fit the profile. They never did. Right. And I didn't think they would take Johnston because I thought, they just had a lot of height and they didn't have the need to go with another guy, but it just, and everything lined up. So I'm not too surprised. Especially Johnston, he competed well in the national, college semifinal game against my Michigan Wolverines. So obviously in what he can do when he has the ball in his hand, and it is exciting when he can do when he's given the ball in space. But yeah, it's just I wish they would have taken an edge, because now you have to be able to find one on day 2. Otherwise, I feel you're not going to find one at all. So I don't hate the pick, and I'm happy it's a premium position, and they didn't go tight end. But
Yeah.
that's pretty much it.
I
so
wonder.
sorry, Alex. The Ravens just went with Zay Flowers. Just announced.
Wow.
I'm sure people will be very normal about that.
Yeah, definitely.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if the fact that the edge run didn't really start makes them think that they can get like Felix and Adike Uzama or somebody like that on like a day two.
Mhm. Well, then you could say the same thing for the wide receiver. Well, I guess if you Baltimore was
100%,
taking
but
one.
they've taken
then-
Quentin Johnston now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like yeah,
Right.
What it is.
Yeah, I mean, we got 3 receivers in a row. So, like Alex is saying here, I think you probably get some intel that you're playing the board here. You know, Ravens go receiver. Like theoretically, if you pass on a receiver at 21, Ravens go receiver, maybe the Giants go receiver, Chiefs go receiver, you know, and you're kind of left SOL. Maybe Jonathan Mingo goes at like 35 in this kind of instance.
Yeah.
So, like I understand, like there's a lot of negativity out there, and again, I think there's definitely some things to be concerned with Quentin Johnston, but he has the highest upside of any receiver in this class for me. Like I think there's definitely some risk there, but you're betting on the traits, you're betting on his ability as a yak player, and you know this is something that Arjun's guy Tej pointed out. You know the league is really kind of moving towards that yak role at receiver. And Quentin Johnston was significantly better than anybody in this class in terms of yards after the catch ability. So again, like everybody's going to miscast him as a Mike Williams.
Yeah,
that's not who Quentin Johnston is. I think Quentin Johnston is how the Cowboys used CeeDee Lamb when he was a rookie and Amari Cooper was on the outside. I think that's what you're doing with Quentin Johnston. You're doing a lot of short routes, a lot of intermediate routes, getting the ball in his hands and letting him go to work. So this is something the Chargers didn't have. And I think also if you lose Mike Williams, you know you can have Quentin Johnston back here to kind of step in and fill that role too. So I get it. Like I would have loved one of the edge rushers too, but you got to play the board. You got to be able to bet on traits. And we know that that's something Tom Telesco has consistently done. So I like it. I like the pick. I don't love it, but that's where I'm at.
I just wanted to say what Steven tweeted yesterday, which was that if you were going to draft Quentin Johnston, whatever team did, you want to not have him in that Mike Williams role. You don't want him to be a boundary guy who's catching balls on the outside. And that is exactly the team that he ended up going to, right? You have Mike Williams do that role and can allow Quentin Johnston to kind of like just kill on the inside of the field, get all that short stuff, kind of like Steven said, and make a killing with yards after catch. So I think the Chargers, that is kind of why a couple days ago when Arjun brought it up in the Discord, why Quentin Johnston came to mind, and why I think they ultimately kind of went with it.
Yeah. It's interesting.
I'm in the banners tab. Is the chat civilized?
Oh, you can jump into. Oh, wait. Why?
It's fine. That's fine.
Oh, because the Eagles are close-ish, I guess. I don't know what you're.
No. I was just saying people are probably very negative about Johnston.
It's mixed feelings, and I totally understand because with the way the draft is going, you would assume it would be one of the defensive guys, but that's our preference, right? Like that's what we want.
100%.
Obviously, the Chargers didn't want that, so it's a surprise. But I like this is the 29th player on my board, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, that's a reach.
Yeah,
it's like now, could you have maybe traded back? Fine, but then we just saw a receiver go right to the Ravens, and maybe Johnston was their guy or something. So it's funny because we as Chargers fans have been dying for a yak player for a long time, and the Chargers,
but not that
basically, right? We want a yak player on this offense. Well, no, not that one. No, not that one. Like the Chargers, for better or worse, did get one of the best yak players after the catch players in this class. So
You have his
what
I
did
could look
Arjun
at
say?
He wants me to look at Pro Football Focus. There's a yak graph somewhere where he's like
I thought
in a different stratosphere.
Like, composite stats or whatever.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, he's not. I think he's number one.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's number one in yak per reception. So like if people are all clamoring for yak, like he is number one in this class at yak per reception. So it's like it's to me, it's just like I don't know how they're gonna use it. And that's my biggest thing. Like I just like don't know what Kellen Moore's vision for him is. Like that's something that like we just have to see. And like I mean, I'm happy now that they have like depth at receiver. Like they have the ability to put up like 30 points a game and just air the shit out of the ball, which that should always be the goal with when you have Justin Herbert. So if this is a step towards becoming a more efficient pass offense, even more than what they were in 2021, I'm happy with the pick. And again, it's at a premium position, so I can't be like too mad about it. It's not too much of a reach, where you guys had him on your board,
Yeah.
or the consensus had him on their board. So it's not, I just think a lot of people thought the edge would have been a better selection, right?
So in terms of the composite rankings he was bringing up, Quentin Johnston, at least in the, 18 or whatever receivers that I have here, Quentin Johnston, number 1 in yards after the catch per reception, 3rd in yards per reception, 3rd in yards per route run. Again, like all of those things, there's no debate. Like Quentin Johnston with the ball in his hands or what he can do is like top of the class. Again, 1st in yards of the catch per reception, like amazing. And if you can manufacture, at least early in his career, easy enough touches and catches for him, I mean, shoot, you take a shallow crosser and take the guy who's best in the class in yards after the catch per reception. Awesome. It's just the 2 things on the right there in drop percentage and contested catch rate. Contested catch rate, okay, like, I don't know if
It's
that's
not
the
his
most
game.
translatable.
It's just not his game.
Right. That's not his game, and that's not the problem. It really is. It's the drop rate that you worry about. So can the Chargers get that out of him? The big thing really here is that, Justin Herbert has, not that it's his fault necessarily, but struggled with the ball bouncing off his players' hands, them not being able to catch. And that's with some players that I think are good receivers and good at catching the football. So, Quentin Johnston, they got to make it work. The good news is I think Quentin Johnston can take a reverse. So just saying, I don't know what his rushing yards are.
He definitely passes the jet sweep test for sure.
He passes the bandy test.
Yeah. Really quickly, have to give a shout out to Isaac and Curtis for some super chats. Isaac is another fellow Utah fan. I'm assuming he was rooting for Dalton Kincaid at that spot. Curtis was saying at least the Flowers didn't go to the Chiefs, and that's a W. Yeah, I never really felt like Zay was in that kind of class personally. And then there was another super chat too. Joe Alexander says TT hits on most first round picks. Let's hope it works.
Yeah. People are so funny. This is worse than Tillery.
Okay, let's chill out there. Johnson's a good player.
Yeah, I think there were better players on this board than when Tillery was picked. So in that regard, maybe, but no, I don't think this is a bad player, a bad pick.
People are also comparing him to Jalen Reagor in the chat, and I get that with the drop rate
TCU
concerns.
thing too.
Yeah, TCU. This is a significantly better athlete and I think better prospect than Jalen Reagor. I don't believe that it's even necessarily close in that regard, in terms of how I would evaluate the two of them pre-draft. So, like, to me, and you talk about what Johnson's athleticism and his ceiling is, I get the concerns with the drop rate, but I don't think the two are anywhere similar as prospects.
Did the Vikings get their pick in yet? I mean, I know what it is.
The pick is in, yeah.
Okay.
Make the transition. Thank you for the super chat. I'm not putting that one on the screen
though. Yes, it wasn't Keon White. So there's that, guys. Regardless.
I would have been so mad if it were Keon White, man.
Yeah. No, I got worried.
If it were Keon White, I wouldn't have popped back in. I would have just
he just left.
Oh my gosh. Lindsay Theory pointed out this is the 4th straight year the Chargers have picked an offensive player in the first round. Longest streak in their era since 1976.
Yes, technically there was a linebacker in there, but I know what she means.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Giants traded up from 25 to 24 just now. Okay, Vikings just went Jordan Addison. So this is 100% Chargers playing the board at wide receiver. They had to have known that the wide receiver run was going to happen. Quentin Johnston was their guy. That's who you isolate. You play the board. Sometimes that's how the draft works.
Brentley Weissman, who we just had on, said heard the Chargers were active in trade down talks, but ultimately chose to stick and pick.
Imagine if they traded down and got Nolan Smith.
Wait, Nolan Smith's still on the board, right?
Mm-hmm. And Murphy.
So here's the thing. Like, or Alex, sorry, if you're going to say something, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
I think, like, I'm getting to the point where it's like I talked about this like last year, but like at this point in the draft or in the first round, like when you think you got a steal for a player, it's not necessarily like actually like a steal. Like there's a reason teams are passing on these players. Now for the Ravens, the Vikings, like Seahawks, like they obviously had needs at receiver, but I think like if Nolan Smith is falling, there's probably a reason behind it. So like I'm not like I do want to see where he ends up, because if he falls out of the first round, I would actually like change my opinion about the pick, because I think there is a reason Smith is falling. Maybe there's some medicals we don't know about. Maybe just teams don't see him as he's too much of a tweener. So I'm not like I do want to see where Nolan Smith ends up, but steals. It's tough for a steal to really actually turn into a steal, except if Bill Belichick takes Christian Gonzalez. I think I'll go with the steal.
So Thomas Martinez in the chat making a great point here. He says we were rolling out Bandy and Carter last year. They are at least addressing the wide receiver room and making sure Herbert has weapons. I mean, I know it's a big if, right? But if Keenan and Mike stay healthy, you're legit running 4 deep, and you have Jalen Guyton if he's healthy. Maybe you get another receiver on day 3 in this draft to get like a returner option. So I like Arjun is saying, it's a premium pick. You're playing the board at wide receiver. There's this run happening right now. So I get it. I get why you would take Johnson in this class. And the comment I keep seeing, he's not Mike Williams. We have to look past the size aspect of this and really like watch the player. So I know Alex liked him better than either Tyler and I did. But, wow, that guy was going fast.
Damn.
Go ahead,
Speaking of
Alex.
speed, I also see people in the chat calling him slow. He's the fastest player on the Chargers, not named Jalen Guyton. Like he's 4.46. Is that what his 40 time was?
4.48, I think.
Something like that.
I don't know.
40 yard.
Yeah.
4.52.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, the Chargers average is 4.54.
You
4.48.
do have to adjust for weight, but yeah.
Wasn't it like a pro day thing where he had like a range though, where it was like some people clocked it at 4.46?
I saw somebody tweet that they had
he
clocked
didn't run
him
a
at
40 time.
4.48. Yeah. His official RAS 40 time is 4.52. But again, like Arjun is just saying, you're adjusting for weight.
On film.
Jordan Addison ran a 4.48, and Jordan Addison weighed 175 pounds. Quentin Johnson weighs 210 pounds. So
Pat McAfee like right after.
Telesco was on Pat McAfee right now?
Yeah, he said we wanted Quentin Johnson early on, and we're very excited to add him. The more weapons we can have for our quarterback, the better, and we think he's going to fit in really well. So
somebody pointing out too that he was a team captain at TCU, very high character guy too. So
makes sense.
Every year, 2 days before the draft, Arjun should just post in the Discord who meets the RAS and the requirements, and then we'll just know the first round pick.
I mean, we did the physical prototype video a couple weeks ago, and Zay Flowers and Jordan Addison were like not even in like the
right. That's why I had
boxes.
zero faith that they would do that.
Yeah, 100%.
Although good players.
Yeah.
So, you want to talk? Let's actually talk about Quentin Johnson. Like on film, what were some games that stood out to you as like, okay, this is kind of a quintessential Quentin Johnson game? Where were some of the struggles? Like the first one that comes to mind is that Julius Brents matchup against Kansas State, which was one slant and then kind of a shutdown from there.
Yeah.
But it was truly
that was the Big 12 championship game you're talking about, right? Like
I believe so. Yeah,
in the Cowboys Stadium.
Sure.
Yeah, he definitely struggled with that one. But I think also, if you go back and watch the game that they played at Kansas State that was earlier in that season, he got Brents a couple times too. Like they had some good battles. It definitely was a physical matchup between those two. The first Kansas State game, I think you see a lot of things to like for Johnston. Arjun mentioned too what he was able to do against Michigan. I think if you isolate, like this is what I'm talking about. I think if you isolate him as an X against bigger, stronger corners, I think he can tend to struggle a little bit because he can't outmuscle them, after the catch all the time. So this is why I think you're drafting him to be your Z, be backside, and let him just, feast on these dagger concepts, on these drag concepts. And I think if you really focus in on some of those good games, you'll definitely see it. I mean, you're talking about a guy who was going like for $170 pretty routinely on a weekly basis in the Big 12. I know it's the Big 12, but this is not a scrub. Like Quentin Johnson's a good player, man.
And even in the game that we're talking about him struggling against Julius Brents, which he absolutely did, he had 4 receptions for 139 yards. Like, so
I think like 75 were on one play, not against Brent, or one was against Brent, but
100%. But still, I mean, like he finds ways to still create some of those big plays. Again, did struggle with Brent's 100%. I mean, also has, people point to the Oklahoma State game. That was probably like one of my favorites of his last year.
Yeah.
But
last year, or you mean in
this past season.
Sorry.
The Oklahoma State game obviously had 200 yards against Kansas. It's Kansas, but still. So yeah, I mean, to me, what the potential that he showed, I think really in those Oklahoma State games, obviously what you saw against Arjun's Michigan game in the CFP, that's really kind of like the ceiling of what you can see with Johnson just as an athlete and how you can use him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, we had some super chats I want to get to. Again, Curtis Davis back in the chat. Appreciate him. He said, "You guys are right. He was the number 1 rated receiver for most of the draft process. About 7 mixed drinks in and got how many shots? So go Chargers. He'll be a superstar by you." That's a great comment, my guy. I love it.
Hey man, you're winning no matter what. Seems like you're having fun.
If anybody in the chat is at the Chargers draft party, I'm curious at what the environment is like over there. So let us know.
It wasn't giant cheers.
Frank Blakely says, wasn't he considered the top wide receiver until the end of the season? Most wanted a wide receiver. Well, we got one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it slightly depends. I think people were probably waiting for like JSN's medicals at that point for him to like go to the combine. Yeah, I mean, he was my wide receiver 2 until other players became my wide receiver 2 and 3. But with Johnson, it was always the upside. But after a while, it just kind of felt iffy because of some of the limitations. But
yeah,
Chargers now got to prove the upside works.
And I will say, like before the combine, he was the betting favorite to be the first receiver taken.
Yeah.
And then JSN had those elite like 10-yard splits, 3 cone times, and then he became the favorite. And he could have always been the favorite, but like Quentin Johnson, like he was pretty highly rated, I would say.
All right. Well, I think we should talk about maybe day 2 now, at least.
They're not picking wide receiver.
Hey, you never know.
Maybe they could double down. You never know. So Giants just took Deontay Banks. They traded up 1 spot to get him. I was very high on Deontay Banks, so him being on the board at 24 was kind of ridiculous. So, all right. So Jaguars up on the clock here. They just traded the pick again. Is that what I'm seeing on ESPN? Okay, so the Bills just traded up. Bills now on the board at pick 25. Is this for Joey Porter Jr. or is this for a pass rusher?
Man, Joey Porter Jr. and Kai Earlom would be kind of fun. Although I think
they have Trey White too.
And Trey White. Yeah.
It could be for edge. Nolan Smith, maybe.
They would go get Nolan Smith behind Von Miller.
That'd be nasty.
They have a lot of investment there, though. I don't know. Maybe.
Don't want to drop off that hard if you tear your ACL again, I guess. Or whatever it was.
Tight end, maybe. If they're trying to jump Dallas, and they're just sitting 12 personnel, go get Michael Mayer, maybe.
Man, good work by the Jaguars here. They go from 24 to 25, get 160 and 240, and then they go from 25 to 27 for 130. Shit.
Oh, well, I guess that's Dalton Kincaid. I don't need to read any texts or anything to know who that one was.
Mother.
And
to the Bills?
And Cowboys.
Kincaid to the Bills?
Yes.
That's hot.
Kincaid to the Bills.
That's a good spot for him. Well, I mean, if they throw it to him.
I'm trying to figure out the next Levis spot, and I'm not finding one.
Dude, I completely forgot he was on the board.
Yeah, because now there's, unless a team wants to trade into the first round, but like Pittsburgh has a quarterback, Houston has a quarterback, Arizona off the top of the second round, Indy, Rams. Like, is that the team?
I just for somebody pointed this out. I tweeted out on March 28th. Quentin Johnston, you are a Los Angeles Charger.
And then you talk shit for like 2 months after that. Oh, man. Well, I still don't know why Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy are falling. Like, I can get why Kincaid's falling. I get, well, not falling, but, not selected yet. Branch, I understand. Interesting group coming up for the Chargers. So okay, sorry. Kincaid was tight end 1 off the board just now.
Just now, yeah. Well, pick is in technically, but I was happening to look at Twitter at the same time.
Yeah, I kind of figured with the whole red face and slamming the table.
It's a good spot for him, I will say, but I was really hoping that he would land in the NFC if he didn't go to the Chargers.
Who's their tight end with the curly hair? I forget.
Dawson Knox.
Yeah, so I guess he's gone or replaced.
All right. So, okay, from here on out, do you want to just let the commissioner do the announcement for everyone?
Sure. We can get back to that
for the chat. Yeah. I see
for the next one, because the Bills picking. So, Cowboys at 26, they're probably thinking Nolan Smith. That's definitely a Cowboys pick.
Do they need a corner?
They need a slot corner. So, Branch is somebody I've seen connected to them by some Cowboys people. But Dane Brugler was saying earlier that they wouldn't let Michael Mayer fall past them. Granted, that was in a simulation where Nolan Smith and Miles Murphy were off the board and Joey Porter Jr. was off the board.
Yeah.
So
I'm not saying I'm for this. People are asking about trading up into the first round. That's not happening.
No.
But the most they can give up if they give up one pick is 165 or pick 85 worth 165. And that gets them to basically 37 to Seattle. So if you want to give up your 3rd round pick for a player, which I don't want to, but I guess if you see Michael Mayer falling to the 2nd round and Telesco pulls that trigger.
Will Levis and his family just waving to the cameras. Who else is in the green room besides him right now?
Keon White.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Was Nolan Smith invited or no?
I don't think so. I think they showed him earlier and he was at home. Apparently, Tom Telesco just said on the Pat McAfee show that they're done for the night, which makes sense.
That's good.
Fine. That's no trade up for linebackers.
I'm shocked that Tom is doing a media appearance right now with. I mean, it is Pat. He loves Pat, but still.
Want to talk about it? Predictions for 2nd and 3rd round?
Yeah, definitely want to talk about 2nd and 3rd rounds. Do we want to talk about anybody who else is coming, maybe, or just kind of jump right into that?
We could just play it as it goes, and then keep track of who's in and whatever. Announce the pick.
Yeah. So, I think it was Alex was talking about. The edge rushers are still getting pushed down the board.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be surprised if that's the move at 54. Again, this is that's prime Isaiah Foskey territory. And again, that would not be a super popular pick on social media, but he checks a lot of physical profile boxes. I think he would be a good complement behind that room. Cornerback is still kind of we all kind of thought in terms of draft Twitter, right? Corners would kind of run off the board. That's a group that I think they could exploit too on day 2. In the 2nd round, maybe that's a Julius Brents, or maybe that's a Keely Ringo situation. So I think with a receiver in round 1, I think they go defense round 2.
Yeah, I think so. And they did last year. Who are they taking the second? Oh, they didn't have a 2nd round pick. That's why.
Last year was Lion and then JT Woods.
So as far as edge, I mean, again, Nolan Smith is still in play. Miles Murphy is still in play. What's his name? BJ Ojolari, obviously. Isaiah Foskey. Slightly depends from there how they feel about certain prototypes. I am glad that with everything, the way things are going, and we'll see. We just saw the Bills pick.
Dalton Kincaid's brother has a nasty mullet.
Wow. Okay, that's why you can't draft them. I mean, we've been discussing in some order wide receiver, tight end, edge. Those are the first 3 picks. And I think that I'm glad they went 1 premium position first.
Right.
And now I do think tight end at 54 is looking really nice if they want to go. I mean, again, we don't I don't know what they meant by medicals with Darnell Washington, but he's not been taken, obviously. Mayer has not been taken. Laporta doesn't really fit, I think, what they'd want, but Musgrave hasn't been taken. So, I mean, nothing's really changed for me. I feel like it's tight end or edge still.
Yeah, I think we've talked about that, all day long.
Yeah.
Oh, I love these Utah highlights they're showing. That's fun.
Cool.
Which cornerbacks are off the board so far?
Banks, Forbes,
Witherspoon.
Witherspoon, Gonzalez. That's it.
So 5, right? Oh, Joey Porter's hasn't gone yet.
Yeah.
I think Branch could go to Jacksonville.
Yeah, they've been like, I think that's like the betting favorite or whatever it was.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be
Albright
surprised.
pegged Branch to the Eagles.
Yeah,
at
that
30?
makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
What would you do? Just go get Nolan Smith with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and run it back.
I'll pose one thing before I hop off, since you guys probably have another guest on. If Nolan Smith falls to 31 with the Chiefs, that would be an all-time just like, and he doesn't really fit their like, they usually go for like power edge rushers, but like
Miles Murphy. Oh God, that's the pick, isn't it? Oh God.
Who, the Eagles?
No, if the Chiefs get Miles Murphy.
Oh yeah.
Or Nolan Smith. That was
Because they've been a lot of the Chiefs guys I follow. They were projecting Felix Anudike Uzama if they stuck at 31, and you're taking Murphy over Uzama all day.
Yeah. All right, I'll hop off. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Bye, Arjun.
Have a blast. All righty.
Alex, if you want to head out too, you can. You are more than welcome to do that.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to. I'm just saying,
Oh,
if you
okay.
want to like go chill and watch the Eagles, that you can.
I might.
You can do that.
Well, I'll hold on and stay till 30.
Okay.
Might as well stay till 31.
Okay. I wish, Tyler, that we could share the conversation that we had on Sunday night about certain pick at 54, but now we can't. Now it's pointless. You remember the one that we messaged about each other after?
I'm just here so I won't get fined.
Yeah. Okay. So, man, that was a surprise. I know that they were like the favorites and all, and I know that they were like that. Quentin Johnson checked a lot of boxes for them, but I'm not gonna lie, Tom Telesco, that was a surprise. You got me good.
Yeah,
I have you figured out.
I just figured in that instance they would go with one of the pass rushers. That's what I was thinking.
I wonder if the Addison stuff that they leaked out there, just like, oh, receiver coach. I wonder if that was like a long game kind of all along. I don't know.
Well, like Brentley pointed out that they were trying to trade down. I think that's what they were trying to do, was leak out that they were interested in the wide receivers.
Possible.
And then maybe they didn't find a trade down situation that they liked. I don't know. Or like you were saying, maybe they figured that the Ravens would take Johnston and they wanted Johnston specifically.
I swear I've been waiting for the next pick to go in for like 20 minutes.
Who's on the board now?
The Cowboys, and they're currently showing comparisons between Michael Mayer and Jason Witten. So,
of course,
man, Michael Mayer is he's not even wearing a suit or a tie or anything. Come on, man.
Oh, really?
He's just in a white shirt. He's just in a white dress shirt without.
Was he? I don't know.
NFL's lit. Respectfully, we're still slow as hell. I think Johnson is faster than his 40 time indicates. Like I understand he's not like a 4.3 guy, but I think it's just a different skill set. Like CeeDee Lamb was a 4.5 guy too, and he's not slow. It's just kind of different. I think somebody pointed out that Johnson hit like 23 miles per hour on a few of his big time runs.
All right, I'm gonna salvage this pick, and I'm gonna find that
in the Michigan game he did. One of his catches that was a yak play. He hit like 22 miles an hour or something.
Okay, Michigan at 6'4", 215, 21 miles an hour. I know 22.1 was 99th percentile.
22.1 against who? Do you know?
I'm sorry, 22.1 was Mingo, and I knew that was 99th percentile. So Johnston was 21 miles an hour. I'm not seeing another one higher than that.
Okay.
Side note, anytime I see anything measured in miles per hour when it comes to football, I think of the time that Daniel Jones ran 22.8 miles per hour and he just fell on his face. That's the only time I've ever seen anything measured in miles per hour.
Yeah. That was the first time too. I'm like, oh my gosh, he was scooting, and then he tripped. That was the one he tripped, right?
Yeah, against the Eagles in that terrible Thursday night game.
All right, pick is in for the Cowboys. They just showed them all high-fiving and shaking hands and everything.
Gotta be Mayor.
There's an interesting question right there from Scott that I want to get to after the Cowboys pick. Okay, I thought that was just going to be right up, but maybe not. You can't handle the truth. 21 miles per hour speeding in a school zone. It is.
Okay.
There's a Jalen Carter joke somewhere in there, but he's an Eagle, so.
Oh, you know what I'm prepared for, guys? I'm prepared for everyone to spell it Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. That's going to be the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Eckler throws the ball to Johnson.
Yeah, no kidding.
Field goal.
All right, here's Mr. Goodell.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith.
Wow.
Defensive
Okay.
tackle, Michigan.
Huh. Okay.
I'm surprised they didn't go with Michael Mayer. Mozzie Smith is a freak, though, man. Dude is a freak. So Kelsey Hammer was pointing out it was 21.39. I guess I'm assuming that's probably in the Michigan game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there were probably some other ones, but that was the one that I remember watching on TV live.
All right, we'll round up 21.4. All right, here we go. We're getting there.
But Scott Childs was asking about this. Could QJ be like a Debo type wide receiver? What do you guys think about that one?
I think someone was telling me that his RAS actually looked a lot like Brandon Ayuk, for what it's worth.
Oh.
But sure, I guess. But Debo's also a very physical runner, right?
Let's look. Yeah.
I can, if you want, or I don't care.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'm gonna look on Mock Draftable real quick.
Okay.
I
I'm
think you
gonna
can
RAS
use him in
compare.
some like jet sweep type stuff, but I don't think he's gonna be quite the Swiss Army knife that Debo is. Not that like really any other player than Debo is used like that anyway, and all of the imitations of Debo have kind of failed.
Yeah.
So I think you could do it occasionally, but I would not like make that his main role.
I am curious if this gets brought up, the idea that he's like their Tyrell Williams type.
Yeah.
I don't recall much of the downfield with Tyrell Williams because he could, but I don't remember much of it. I remember so many of the shallow crossers. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like that's how I remember learning about shallow crossers was Tyrell Williams. So, okay, let me look at RAS compare. Sorry,
Rex
this
was
site
just-
is really slow right now.
Yeah, you're good. Rex was just, I'm sure everybody's looking on that right now. Rex pointing out that Johnston's missed forced tackle rate is higher than Debo's. Only Kadarius Toney is in the same range.
Cool.
Again, like people are going to bring up the Mike Williams stuff. He's a very different player
He's not.
stylistically than Mike Williams.
Yeah, Cedric Tillman is Mike. Well, sort of. Let's just say, but like Cedric Tillman is Mike Williams.
A.T. Perry too.
A.T. Perry, Breshford Wheaton. Those are Mike Williams guys. Quentin Johnston, if he were 5'11", there would be no. I mean, obviously because of the height, but like there'd be no Mike Williams comparison. He doesn't play anything like him.
Someone asked,
For better or worse.
Someone asked how old Quentin Johnston was in the chat. He will be 22 when the season starts. So I think that's kind of another reason he falls into that age range of the recent Telesco first-round picks too. And you want to talk about that sort of development curve and how he can develop kind of as a receiver and why they believe in he can fix some of those mechanical issues. I believe the age and the potential there and the ceiling, like we said, is part of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. Let me zoom out on my computer. 1 second.
Are you pulling up the RAS thing?
Yeah, sorry. Just like the site is kind of an awkward fit on here. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
So give me a second to pull this up on my screen. I would love to bring up film, but I don't want to get demonetized.
No kidding.
Because I'd love to look at that, but okay, not
Okay.
even close in terms of height. Never mind. But I think it was just in terms of everything else, they're similar except for height.
Can you zoom in maybe a little bit?
Sure. I can zoom. I just have to like scroll down if you want a specific
There you
thing,
go.
but I can talk through it, or you want to just read it off.
Yeah, so Quentin is 3 inches taller, but similar weights. Brandon Ayuk 4'5", Quentin Johnson 4'5", 20-yard split for both is 2.61, 2.63. 10-yard split is 1.59 for Johnston and 1.57 for Ayuk. So very similar 40-yard dash times there. I think if I remember like we all wanted Ayuk on this show in that year when they traded up back in the first round and ultimately selected Kenneth Murray. Then you get 40.5-inch vertical for Johnston, 40 for Ayuk, 11 feet 2 inches in the broad jump for Johnston, 10 and 8 inches for Ayuk. So there's definitely a lot of similar stuff there in terms of physical profile. Tyler, you should screenshot that and tweet it out.
I just did.
Tyler,
Nice.
I'm curious. Could you do a Quentin Johnston, Alshon Jeffrey comp in the RAS machine?
I feel like I don't want to know the answer to that one, but
I don't know if I want. I don't know if I want that one.
Okay, Alex, you can help me.
good, man.
ALSHONJEFFREY or ERY. How do you?
Oh crap.
I'm
I
gonna
think it
run
was-
Y.
Just you should just be able to type Alshon and then it should like populate a little bit.
Let's see. No, darn it. Okay, hold on.
Because
Quentin Johnston, Alshon.
yeah.
Yep. Wait. Jeff Erie. Look at me getting my master's degree. I still can't spell a thing. I guess I'm not getting it in spelling. Okay, height a lot similar. Jeffrey a bigger guy or heavier guy. 40 pretty similar. Vertical completely different. For people watching online, Jeffrey's on the right, Johnston on the left. So I guess in general, Johnson is more explosive. So where's Jeffrey getting
I think you kind of could
three
put
cone?
him
God,
as
look at that 3-cone difference.
a more explosive like Alshon Jeffrey is kind of the comp, although Alshon better in terms of like contact and catching those like outside balls. But yeah, I think that's kind of like what you're looking at in terms of. I was just curious to see how they stacked up, but speed wise, pretty like similar players. But a lot of Quentin stuff obviously comes after the catch.
And they keep showing Will Levis like literally every 5 minutes.
Yeah, he kind of wins the Geno Smith Award of this draft, huh?
Yeah, Keon White's like, thank God.
Yeah. All right. So I know the Jaguars pick, but it is in. So we'll get to that in a second here. Oh, right now.
23 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle.
Okay.
Oklahoma.
Solid. That's a
Well,
solid
that's
one.
big because Cam Robinson violated the policy, right? So he could get suspended.
Yeah. Yeah. He'll, I would imagine that's like 6 games for them. So that's good work from the Jaguars too, man. They traded down twice, got 3 additional picks, and still get a legit offensive tackle that they probably could have taken at pick 24.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff there. All right, Tyler, why don't we go over maybe kind of our best available for pick 54, maybe forecasting a little bit, some guys who could go early on day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do that. I did not keep track of the last couple of picks, so can you rewind 3 back or so for me? So Kincaid's gone.
Yeah, so it was just now Anton Harrison, then Mozzie Smith, Dalton Kincaid, Zay Flowers was 22, Jordan Addison 23, Deontay Banks was 24. Yeah, Deontay Banks was 24.
Sure. Okay. As far as best of, I mean, Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, Joey Porter.
No, I
Jr.
mean like maybe projecting a little bit, not necessarily like top players on the board right now.
Sure. So it depends how they love him, but considering the fall, I mean, BJ Ojolari would fit as an outside linebacker type for them. I'm going to assume wide receivers off the board for them at this point. So I won't really bring them up. If they want to go corner, Julius Brents has not been taken. I love the idea of either Anaduke Uzama or Adetomiwa Adebawore there. I forgot Jameer Gibbs was taken. I just didn't realize he was that far down my board. Kalijah Kancey also pretty far down my board. So I think the Chargers are in a really good spot if they want defensive line or tight end here. You can kind of flex it either way with like Adebawore. But yeah, if you want defensive line, some defensive back, if you include safety, if you want tight end, like as far as day 2 goes, even though I would have put wide receiver in day 2, they're set up very well for the other 2, I think, are their most glaring needs. So defensive line, tight end, you want to throw some flavor in there with, again, like Darius Rush, Cam Smith at corner. They want safety, Antonio Johnston, Jartavius Martin. I guess it depends on the board. Like a lot of people like Sidney Brown, obviously. So if they want safety, someone who can play closer to the line of scrimmage, I mean, Antonio Johnson, Jartavius Martin, Sidney Brown, like they're in a really good spot for one of those safeties there. Really good spot for edge rusher too. Really good spot for tight end. So overall, I'm feeling really good about their options at 54. Like, and that's kind of the thing, right? Like this draft had so many good players, so they can go for need, quote unquote need, right, with edge or tight end, which I think they should, or they can go defensive back because a lot of really good corners and some really good safeties here available for them. The stuff we probably have to talk about is interior defensive line, like more specific guys like Keanu Benton, Jervon Dexter. Depends how you see Carl Brooks. So I think in terms of interior guys, maybe they would consider that. But again, I think the wild card here is really Zach.
Sorry,
Charbonnet.
Tyler. Here's the Bengals pick coming up.
With the 28th pick,
Chiefs fans booing.
2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Miles Murphy, defensive end, Clemson.
There
See
you
you
go.
in the postseason.
There is the end of the fall for Miles Murphy. That's a great fit for him, getting behind Sam Hubbard as well as Trey Hendrickson. Definitely fits their profile. So the Bengals were a very common tight end spot too. So again, Michael Mayer has not come off the board yet. The Saints, Eagles, and Chiefs are the only 3 picks left. So talking about like best possible options here, like there was a lot of smoke about tight ends going early in this draft. I mean, was even like Luke Musgrave, Sam Laporta talk heading in today, and I guess there's 3 picks left. Theoretically, they could still go. But if you're sitting there at 54, like this could be another great situation where you're looking at maybe one of the better corners. You can get a tight end prospect there. So this is a really good spot for the Chargers to be in at 54 with the way the tight end, corner, edge rusher have played out.
Yeah, no, they're doing. I'm loving it. Dang, Miles Murphy to the Bengals is so nice, though.
Yeah. Nick asked with a super chat pointing out that QJ gives him young Brandon Marshall vibes, size and yak.
I just don't. I'm so bad with comps unless I play for the Chargers. So
yeah, I mean Brandon Marshall. Obviously, we watched him a little bit more because of he played on Broncos, but.
I think it's hard to like nail down a comp for Quentin Johnson because even like Brandon Ayuk is not like an exact one. Neither is like Alshon, because I mean that guy's just different in terms of like the speeds he can hit and the yards after catch ability. He's a former track star. Like you don't see many wide receivers that come into the league like that. So not really like an exact guy I could comp him to. And then because of his size, people rush to comp him to Mike Williams and stuff like that, which doesn't really make much sense. So I think it's kind of hard to like find a guy his size that moves like that because there's not many of them.
Yeah. Kyle Van Noy tweeting out about the pick. He said,
he's
I think
back. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if they don't go edge rusher on round 2, I feel like you kind of have to bring him back. So he said, I think Charger fans don't look at the OC and what TT likes, ... Clearly couldn't go with Zay because you have Keenan in the slot. You can have Mike, Key, and Zay blocking when they go 12 personnel and he motions down to dig out the safety? Or do you want a 6'4", 215-pound receiver to do that and can yak?
Yeah.
And that's how the Chargers feel, right? Obviously.
Yeah. I think in terms of like fit, and Quentin Johnson probably means that if you were to choose between moving on from Mike Williams and Keenan Allen in a year, you're probably moving on from Mike Williams at this point. I mean, if we were to just kind of lay that option out there. But yeah, I think that, yeah, you just wouldn't be pairing Zay Flowers to play with Keenan Allen for the long term if you were going to extend Keenan Allen. Same with Jordan Addison. So yeah, Quentin Johnson's definitely the better like personnel fit for the Chargers, and like Steven said, is one of the 2 or 3 best situations kind of like in the NFL that he could have gone to for his own development.
Yeah. You can't handle the truth says before he can yak, he has to catch the ball. I get it. I think most of the drops with Quentin Johnston are like more so concentration drops and like high pointing the football specifically. Like that's just not really his game. Like I think if you allow him to have a runway and he's able to like, you know, I mean, you're going to force feed him easy catches. But that's what you're doing with him. Like I talked about, you know, crossing routes. Those are what you're looking at with him.
Should I read what Kyle Van Noy tweeted?
Did he tweet something else? Because I just read what he was talking about.
Oh, the crossing route stuff. Yeah. Because I was just sorry. I was looking at it probably while you were reading it, so it didn't trigger in my brain. But yeah.
Unless he tweeted something else.
No, yeah, it was the slot thing. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I wanted to look up what Dane Brugler wrote about him in The Beast. Where's The Beast at? There we go. I can do that later. Orion's Belt Gene says Zay had a higher career drop percentage than Johnston and is older.
Oh man, Twitter won't like that.
That's a great point.
Yeah, we definitely had talked about that. Although we more talked about that in the sense of the final year, where Zay was better than Johnston, which is kind of where I'd like to, you know, see them in terms of drop rate. But
all right, Saints pick is in. And then we got Alex's Eagles and then the Chiefs, and that's it. So Chiefs probably Nolan Smith, it really isn't their style, but
Adebawore or Uzama, you know.
Yeah. Saints here, are they a mayor spot?
Let's see if they know what to do. Actually, a mayor's not a bad idea for them.
I'm surprised. I am surprised that Mickey Loomis did not trade up, man.
Well, who's the Saints tight end right now?
That Jawan Johnson guy.
Johnson.
Yeah, and then
who's the guy that they drafted a couple years ago? They drafted someone, right?
He was from like Dayton or some red smaller school. I want to say.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but that was like supposed to be their guy, and then it kind of wasn't. I don't know.
All right, here we go with the Saints pick. Maybe not. Gio said Herbert doesn't like short receivers, PTSD from his Oregon days. I think it was Mike Renner on the Chargers Weekly pointed out too that like catch radius is a big thing with having somebody like Justin Herbert too.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here's the Saints.
With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee, defensive tackle. Clemson.
Cool. Solid player.
That was a pretty common mock. Oh, he's wearing his sister's shirt. That's really cool.
Oh man,
they're all wearing the Ella Strong shirts. That's really cool.
That's awesome. Cool. That's awesome. I hope he balls out.
Yeah, that's a good spot for him too. I mean, the Saints' defensive line staff is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Get to play next to Cam Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. Not bad. Adam Troutman. Thank you.
Yeah, that guy.
X1213 person. Adam Troutman. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So Eagles on the clock here, Alex. What are you thinking?
Nolan Smith, if his medicals are okay and everyone just didn't read them, that would be cool. But I don't know if that's the case. What linemen are left now? Is the
Offensive lineman? You're looking at probably like Steve Avila from TCU.
I don't think they go for that at this point. I was thinking if there's like a tackle left or something.
Maybe Michael Schmitz from
There's probably a Brian Branch spot.
Yeah. Given how this draft has played out, I wouldn't be surprised if Jartavius Martin went ahead of Branch.
I would. Okay. No, I wouldn't get that. But Brian Branch is such a tweener. Like, you and I didn't even rank him on the same page because I put him at safety. You put him at corner.
Yeah.
He's not an outside corner, obviously. So
I think you could have done the same thing with Martin too, though, because he played a ton of snaps in the slot as well.
Yeah. But then I just think he got kind of toasted. So, like, he was like a safety to me. He didn't really play it there.
I'm switching to banners now, so no one spoils it.
Okay, I get you.
The Eagles pick is not in for what it's worth. They're still on the clock. Also, Alex, I think this could be like a Matthew Bergeron spot from Syracuse. Somebody who could maybe do kind of a similar role as what they have with Andre Dillard, who could like play guard and tackle, be kind of a long-term option at either spot.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got to trade up for Will Levis, man. You got to get that fifth-year option on a quarterback, right?
Not if you don't like him. I mean, Malik Willis was supposed to go like third overall last year. So
yeah, last year's quarterback class was.
Yeah. Do you guys want to kind of recap real quick? I know we sort of did it, but like just general thoughts. Like, are you happy with the pick? I'm just joining live. What's your opinion? I am happy with the pick. Like I said, it would be really impossible for them to disappoint me with the pick.
Yeah.
Granted, again, I like other players more, but I do like the pick. Absolutely. And I think fans are okay. I think you're sort of lying to yourself if you don't like the pick. I think honestly, because you can't demand a yak option for Justin Herbert and for them to take a receiver in round 1 and then be like, oh, I hate the pick because it wasn't the one I wanted. Like, they addressed the need and a particular part of their offense they don't have, and they're helping Justin Herbert. So how can I not like that pick?
Yeah, I'm cool with it. I think that we all would have preferred, one of the edge rushers. And like Miles Murphy, like I told Brentley early on the show, he was my guy. Like, he was the one that I wanted. Probably even more so than Nolan Smith. But I understand it. I can see the vision with him. And again, like, I think he's going to be miscast on social media. But if you sit there and really watch his all-22 tape, I think you're going to understand why the Chargers would like him. I think there's a lot of upside here in terms of his physical traits. And you can really pencil him into a specific role that, like Tyler's saying, the Chargers did not have. And I know everybody wanted Zay because it was like Zay's like this explosive receiver and like he can really elevate the offense and all this stuff. I mean, Quentin Johnson statistically was a far better yards after the catch option than Zay Flowers was. Mm-hmm. I had Zay graded higher. I thought his film was better, but I think with Johnson, you're taking a bet on the ceiling here, and you're taking a bet on the yards after catch potential, and like Arjun was saying, you're playing the wide receiver board too. So they had their guy. They wanted their guy. They want to go get him. I'm cool with it. I'm glad it wasn't like a defensive tackle or a linebacker or, at that point in time, if they had taken like Michael Mayer, I would have been disappointed, even though I like Michael Mayer as a prospect too. Mm-hmm. But I'm cool with it. I'm not in love with it, but I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I said that there were 2 wide receivers that I would take in the first round. One was Smith and Jigba, who was off the board, and the other one was Quentin Johnston. I just don't believe with the options in this draft that if you really wanted Zay Flowers or you really wanted Jordan Addison, that you couldn't just wait till round 2 or 3. But there's not many. Right. There's not any Quentin Johnstons like in this draft. Like, I know people want to talk about waiting for Jonathan Mingo, which I like. I would have been fine with that pick too in round 2.
There's no guarantee that he's there.
Yeah. He's also only played the slot like his whole career, right? Like, I'm a believer in his upside too. But if the Chargers wanted to take a receiver, I think it was Quentin Johnston or bust at the pick they were at. Well, we don't know about the medicals with Nolan Smith now. I probably would have preferred Myles Murphy or preferred Nolan Smith, but if the Chargers, considering the premium, investing in a premium position in the first round, I think is a huge thing. And he has the highest upside out of any of the wide receivers that were in that range. I know the Zay police will be mad at me and everyone else with Jordan Addison stuff too, but just thought Quentin Johnston was kind of the highest upside guy out of that group. And I know he has to figure out some stuff with the mechanics, some stuff during the catch too, but to me, that's a lot more coachable than being 5'9" with a 29.5-inch catch radius.
Yes.
It just is. It's a lot better than being 5'11", 170 and, being kind of getting owned a little bit in press, which happens to Jordan Addison sometimes. That is not Quentin Johnston to me. And to me, what you're going to use him as an offensive weapon as a yak guy, I just think he was the better fit for this offense and what Kellen Moore is going to do. I get why people are high on Zay. I get why people are high on Addison and some of these other guys too. But to me, Quentin Johnston was the only receiver that the Chargers were taking there. I have him as my wide receiver 2 after Njigba. I'm fine with the pick. I'm probably the happiest out of the three of us. But yeah, I'm higher on the upside.
Alex, the pick is in. Don't look at the comments.
Yeah, Alex did not look at the comments.
Okay, here we go.
But I think it is funny too. Like people, like whenever Quentin Johnston was like mocked to the Chiefs, it's like, holy shit, they can't let this happen. And then it's like, oh, why'd they take Quentin Johnston? Why are you saluting?
Howie Roseman.
Oh, did they do it? Oh, is it who I think it is?
Here comes Goodell, I think. They really are like milking the whole like let's show off this big ass stage thing with all the drone shots. All right, here's Goodell. Oh, that's cool. Who are these other guys?
Content creators who you know from YouTube, Dude Perfect, and Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
Why is Dude Perfect up there?
Yeah, why?
Thank you, Roger. Okay, Miss Dawn, I got a question for you. Sure. So when you've got both boys playing in a game on
Just announce the pick. What the hell are we
say
doing?
The pick.
how in the world do you decide which game that you're going to watch?
If I wanted to listen to New Heights, I would. I don't want to right now.
And it would have been better if they would have brought out New Heights, not.
Picked up something a little bit special for you to help you break the tie. Here's the deal. We've got a custom coin with Travis and the Chiefs on one side and Jason and the Eagles on the other. If your boys are playing at the same time, all you have to do is flip it and it takes...
Why is this the thing that's happening? Get to the pick.
It's Travis and the Chiefs!
This is the weirdest shit ever.
Better than the Magician last year.
But they did the Magician like on a break, not like during a pick.
Damn, I forgot about the Magician.
With the 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith.
They're just recreating the Georgia defense at this point. Oh, Nolan Smith was wearing green socks.
Oh, wow. Howie, you magnificent bastard, you.
Freaking Howie.
Oh, Nakobe Dean is at the Nolan Smith party. Wow.
Oh, so they must have... Wow.
Mhm.
They must have known he was going to fall then. Like, pretty... Huh.
Yeah.
I
All
wonder
right.
why. I just got to wonder why. Like...
What I don't understand, because like in a vacuum, I can get why Nolan Smith falls, but Will McDonald went at 15. Like when Will McDonald goes at 15, I'm thinking like, okay, this is where all the edge rushers are going.
Yeah.
But like, there's no way you can justify to me Will McDonald going 15 picks before Nolan Smith when they're like athletically they're the same type, but Nolan Smith is better. And like film wise, Nolan Smith is better. He's younger. Like I don't get it.
Yeah, like if you were to take Miles Murphy over Nolan Smith, which is what ended up happening, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with that. But Will McDonald over Nolan Smith was just perplexing when it happened.
Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah just said, I'm dumbfounded at the fact that the Eagles are leaving this first round with both Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith.
And they only give up a 4th round in 2024 to get that done.
See you in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's nasty. That's nasty.
All right, Alex. Tyler and I will wrap this up, and then we'll talk to you tomorrow. So appreciate it. We'll see you then. Hope you had a great time with the Eagles.
See you, boys. Great draft. Quinn Johnson's going to be a good pick. You can take it from me.
There you go. All right, so Chiefs on the board here, pick 31 as we are wrapping up the first round. Tyler, what are you thinking with the Chiefs here at 31?
Something sick like Joey Porter Jr. to go with
I forgot he's still on the board.
To pair with a blitz-heavy defense and just a guy who can jam and press the line and disrupt the timing. I mean, come on, man.
They need that too because all their corners are small.
Well, yeah, and we just took Quentin Johnston, so go get Joey Porter, or I guess you can go Brents too. Yeah, I mean, geez, they're sitting here with Joey Porter Jr. And I would once again that is outstanding if he goes. So no Nolan Smith, no Miles Murphy in round 2. There's that. Brian Branch still available. They don't need a center.
Branch would be good for them too.
Yeah.
Tom Telesco is doing his press conference apparently right now. Lindsey Theory tweeting out, quote, he's big, strong, and fast, has a great work ethic that we love. He has some physical characteristics that we think can add to our offense in a different role. So again, this is not a Mike Williams replacement to me. This is like a different kind of player.
No, it's Josh Palmer replaces someone next year. Quentin Johnston plays a role that's dissimilar to either Keenan Allen or Mike Williams. Like he's the Quentin Johnston role. There's no role that they have right now and have not had someone like that since Tyrell.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
I
know like my initial reaction was kind of harsh, but I'm cool with the pick.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like it's a solid pick for now that can go either way. And I'm hoping that with Justin Herbert, with this line, with Kellen Moore,
right,
that this becomes the pick where we go, geez, like he fell to 21.
Yeah.
If they only wanted to go offense too, I mean, it was really just Zay, Addison, Johnston, Mayer, Kincaid, and 2 of those players don't fit their prototype. And Kincaid, I can understand if you're the age and the medicals. So,
Yeah, I think also too, like people will continue to point out the drops, but that's something you can work on. Like his own wide receiver coach said he's training in the offseason and said that they've been, focusing in on that and his ability to, fix those concentration drops. Because it's not like, to me, it's not like he, has a certain necessarily like bad technique or something like that. It's more so like concentration drops for me. And I think you can figure that out. And maybe he's not your wide receiver 1 because of that issue, but right now you don't need him to be. You're still going to have Keenan Allen dominating targets, Mike Williams, Josh Palmer going to get some targets, Austin Eckler. So the Chargers aren't going to need Quentin Johnston to be an immediate wide receiver 1. Whereas the Ravens, like Zay Flowers might be their wide receiver 1. Like if we're being real, Jordan Addison might be the wide receiver 1 on that team too. So, with Johnston, like you're able to give him some leeway. He's able to kind of figure it out. And like I was talking about earlier, I think you can give him some short routes, have him focus in on that. You're not going to give him a fully expanded route tree right away. So this is a really great spot for him to land. And this is definitely a situation where you're betting on traits.
Yeah. And there was no, with JSN gone, and you could argue with him, there was no player that steps in immediately and is like, this is your Jamar Chase. Like, this is your best receiver. So,
right.
If you're going to have a situation where at best this receiver is wide receiver 3, I guess you do want to go with the one who, 1 is a physical size that you're comfortable with, and 2 has the upside.
Yeah.
So you let him work, you let him sit. We'll see.
And like Alex was saying, you can't teach the things that he has in this class.
Right. And that's why I had him at wide receiver 2 initially. Again, that changed, but it's the upside. And so now it's just up to the Chargers to make sure it goes in the right direction. So, I mean, it is reassuring, honestly, that if one of Keenan Allen or Mike Williams gets hurt, you have Quentin Johnson, Josh Palmer, and Jalen Guyton all able to do different things. Like you have your route runner, you have your jump ball guy, you have your yak guy, you have sort of a tweener with Josh Palmer, and you have Jalen Guyton, your speed guy. Like that's about as well-rounded as they've been in a while in terms of high-end talent. So,
I mean, honestly, that sounds a lot like the 2018 receiver room.
Yeah, totally.
With Tyrell, Travis Benjamin, and
please be more like Tyrell than Travis Benjamin.
Benjamin was more like your Jalen Guyton type, though, right?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you're right.
So pick is in for the Chiefs.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off the comments.
Chiefs fans are doing their annoying ass chomp. All right, can we get the Super Bowl trophies out of here? And there's like a third one too next to it. I'm like, what are we doing?
Well, the good news is more receivers went than running backs, which was the story of the evening that I was tracking the most.
Yeah.
So.
I bet this would have been a cool place to go see the draft. It's just like everything, like the setup is really cool.
Yeah. All right, Chiefs, what are you doing?
They love their drone shots with all this too. I see the super chat from Dark Bosun 369. We'll get to that after the Chiefs pick here, if it ever happens. This is a long lead up.
Draft, and they will do so with an announcement to the House here in Kansas City right now.
The Kansas City Chiefs selection. Please welcome Chairman and CEO of your.
They're doing some announcement or whatever.
Kansas City Chiefs. Clark Hunt.
How about it, Kansas City?
With the 31st pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Enrique.
Yeah, that's such a Chiefs pick.
Kansas State.
Yeah.
Local kid too.
Totally. Makes sense. Good player, solid player, fits what they want. I totally understand that one.
I feel like the Chiefs are pretty easy to mock for.
Yeah, it seems like that now for defensive line for sure. Do you want to know what Quentin Johnson averaged in terms of yards per attempt last year as a runner?
Yards per attempt as a runner?
As a rusher, yeah. He had 3
like
attempts.
A ball in his hand, like a ball carrier?
Yes.
What was it?
3 rushes for -7 yards and 2 fumbles.
Oh, shit. Tyler. I swore I could remember him like doing a jet sweep and taking it for
Me
like 15
too.
yards.
I'm sure he can, and it's not fair to just look at the stats because maybe his blocking stunk or it was a busted play or whatever. Yeah. So 8 carries at TCU in total for 8 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 fumbles.
Okay, so Dark Bosun with the super chat wants to know how much of a deep threat is QJ also special teams ability. I don't think you're really drafting a first round receiver to play him on special teams a bunch. So that's
Yeah.
probably Palmer's role going forward.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Palmer's, well, actually, I lied. His rookie season, I thought Palmer was excellent in training camp when it came to be a gunner. I think it was like him and Zont were playing special teams as the gunners, and it was really, really solid.
Yeah, so I wouldn't see him playing on special teams a bunch. I think that's Palmer. I think that's Guyton if he's healthy. Maybe they take another receiver, down the road. In terms of his deep threat ability, I want to say he was like second in the class in average depth of target too, if I'm not mistaken.
I can look that up.
That would be a great. Dark Boson asking about punt return. Yeah, he's not a returner. I don't think he has any experience in that regard.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to find their return man in a different way. In terms of his deep threat ability, I like his deep threat ability, but you're not gonna ask him to do like contested catch situations. Like I think they, at least under Lombardi, they really like to have that delayed rollout, throw it deep over on the opposite side, and those could sometimes be some contested catch situations. I don't know if he fits into that kind of role, but he definitely can run posts. He can run corners. He can run go balls. Like I just think you have to do it the right way, as opposed to like putting him as an X on an island. I don't think that's his strength, but he definitely can be a valuable deep threat for sure.
Okay, so here's the caveat or the thing. So he's 50th in average depth of target in the class, but that's like the 20% snap cutoff. So that's 50th out of 141. You also have to consider that they threw him a ton of screens. So like trying to get a dot, like I would have to like break it up or something, or maybe just look at deep throws only in a dot, but then that's clearly going to be higher. So I mean 50th in the class in a dot, but this is a guy who, I mean, they manufactured screens for him all the time, or shallow crossers.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's not like the most fair thing.
Yeah, I think overall, like what we were hoping for with Jonathan Mingo at 54, like you're taking that same kind of role at 21. Like he's your guards after the catch guy, screens. I would assume he improves on jet sweeps. Maybe you get a little bit more creative with him. But again, slants, drags, like I feel like I'm repeating myself, but there's a vision here for Quentin Johnson to be a very valuable player. And like people will point to like the Mike Williams play against the Raiders where he like ran kind of that like deep slant. And then it was like at the end of the game. So Mike Williams was probably gassed.
Mm-hmm.
And then I forget his name, the safety from the Raiders tracked him down.
Yeah.
With Quentin Johnston, maybe that's a touchdown. Like that's the kind of difference here you're talking about. I think Mike Williams is definitely not a slow wide receiver by any means, but Quentin Johnson I think is faster. So again, you're just getting a different kind of player here that they don't have, and long-term wise, like you feel pretty good about the wide receiver room too.
Yeah. One thing I do want to bring up for tomorrow are the prototype things. Sorry, I know it's kind of like a random tangent here.
No, you're good.
But I mean, I'm not. It's funny because we didn't talk about Johnson as a pick here for the Chargers, even though
we really didn't.
In the face. Although, well, okay, technically we sort of did, but as a trade back spot. But anyway, Johnson obviously fitting more their prototype if we're looking for edge in round 3. So you're not surprised, right, when they go, Johnson over Zay and Addison. For those wondering, the guys who fit that are left, Isaiah Foskey, Derek Hall, those are probably your 2 guys that actually fit the best and are available and should go at that point. Interior defensive line, Adebawore, Dexter, Pickens, Wooden, Benton. So again, they could totally go that there. Tight end, the big one that I think would be, okay, just like I'm sort of trying to imagine here. I do think that Luke Musgrave, if they're trying to go with a certain kind of offense, would be something else. Because
Musgrave at 54 after you go Johnston, that'd be a lot of fun.
You can throw that shit down the field. Is what you can do.
Yeah. The Kincaid was the only tight end. Michael Mayer didn't go. So this tight end class that's insanely stacked. Like you're gonna get a lot of great depth to show up here. I'm very curious because of that position, because of the cornerback position in particular. I mean, Joey Porter Jr. could be the first pick tomorrow to the Steelers. That was commonly mocked at 17 for them. So now they could just take him in the first, but with the first pick of the second round, I should say. So yeah, man, like there's great cornerback potential here. There's great tight end potential. Again, one tight end going was definitely, I think the over under was 2.5, if I'm not mistaken. Everybody kind of figured Kincaid and Mayer would go, and only Kincaid went. So a lot of fun there. Do want to address the question from Wrong Speedy, asking if Quentin Johnston is wide receiver 4. What are your thoughts there, Tyler?
I think we're going to hear that there's kind of a competition or something, but like, I mean, Brandon Faison was starting over Asante Samuel Jr. in camp, and then he was cut by the end of the preseason. So, like, I think I think they should give Palmer some run and see what he can do, because I have seen Josh Palmer play, and I have seen him put up over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns on the Chiefs in a game. So I do think it's worth exploring. It's interesting because I don't remember how much Mike Williams played in his rookie season, but I think he ended up with like 95 yards, which I swear, I hope that's not going to be the case for Quentin Johnston, but I don't know. I do not think he's wide receiver 4. I think he's wide receiver 3. But I also think Josh Palmer will put up a fight.
Yeah, I would say this is probably like a Guyton Palmer situation as from like 2021.
Sure.
If you really look at the snap count from that year, Palmer and Guyton were like 50-50 split down the middle in terms of wide receiver 3 and wide receiver 4. So like worst case scenario for Quentin Johnston is that he's 3B. Like he's going to play a lot. Like you're not drafting a person at 21 who's not going to play. Like if he's healthy, he's going to be out there. And so I think basically like the vision is you have Mike Williams as your X, Keenan's your slot, Quentin Johnston is your Z, and then Josh Palmer can fill in, right? If somebody's hurt, if they need a break, he can fill in. I've seen a lot of like the comments of like the wide receiver usage. I think this is also a good thing because you have legitimately 4 guys that you can really go out there and play at a high level, and they trust Jalen Guyton, presumably more so than like maybe the last year would indicate. So I think worst case scenario is Quentin is wide receiver 3B, but he's not 4. I think there's going to be like at worst like a 50-50 split at wide receiver 3.
Yeah. We'll see. Do you want to get to that super chat question before we?
Yes, it is 9:00, so we've been going here for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Been a great show, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it this year. So Zach Pearson, super proud of you guys. Been a listener since day one. Patreon member for life. Appreciate that. He says, don't listen to the haters. He wants to know, who's your ideal pick in round 2? If you could trade up, who would you try and snag?
Okay, so if you're asking me who I would trade up for, it's Joey Porter Jr. by a good mile. I think that's I'm shocked that he's it's not like he's a really, really good corner like Asante Samuel Jr., but he's like shorter, smaller. Like Joey Porter Jr. is your prototype at the position in terms of size. So I'm really surprised here. I mean, realistically, Brian Branch, obviously, in terms of trade up. But my dream pick at this point, and trying to be realistic, it's really just one of the tight ends. I think that there's a trio here that's really good, and I think would fit, the Chargers pretty well. So, I don't know, Darius Rush, Cam Smith, maybe. I really think if the medicals are fine, I think Darnell Washington, Luke Musgrave are my ideal fits here for the Chargers too, because I don't think Laporta is gonna be that for them.
Yeah, there were some rumblings this week that a couple teams have failed Darnell Washington's physicals.
Okay.
I don't know what the situation there is. He certainly looked fine at the combine. When he was running at 4.6, whatever. I think tight end at 54 makes a lot of sense with this group. I mean, Sam Laporta, I think they would probably prefer more of a blocker. So Luke Musgrave, Sam Laporta would be really cool. To me, like my highest graded possibilities, like dream scenario would be, like you said, Joey Porter Jr. I was significantly higher on Darius Rush than anybody else. He, outside of Porter, he's my highest graded player remaining. That at least would be a fit for the Chargers. So Rush would be a cool pick for me. Edge rusher wise, BJ Ojolari is my highest graded edge. One thing that I've thought a lot about in this specific draft class, and we'll see where he ends up going, but the Chargers have done a lot of homework on like tweener defensive tackle edge rusher types that are like late round guys. So if Adetomiwa Adebawore is there at 54, that's a very tempting pick. That's a very, very tempting pick. So he might go earlier. I mean, we just saw the two defensive tackles go, and Kalijah Kancey earlier. But Adebawore is a very tempting player for me on in second round.
Yeah, and he's not a true fit at either spot in terms of like he has college reps at his like he was only defensive tackle and he played defensive tackle and he got all the stats of defensive tackle. Like no. It's kind of like Dartavius Martin. You're trying to project him inside as that guy rather than as the edge rusher that he was. So, Adebawore would be awesome. And again, as we talk about prototypes, Adebawore 100% fits exactly what they want. A little bit lighter, but the arm length is there, and arm length is huge for them. So, and then super athletic. So, I asked Arjun and Alex this yesterday. Do you think Morgan Fox's contract and the way he played and all that is above, like, is it impossible that he would be replaced by a second round pick? Not replaced. A second round pick would start over him.
Start over him, I would say you're still probably starting Fox. If they had drafted a defensive tackle in the first round, I think that would have been different. But I think in the second round, I think Adebawore can be a rotational piece, like similar vein as Otito Bonilla was last year.
Yeah. Okay. That'd be a fun one.
The Chargers need more interior pass rush, and I think at some point they will address that kind of position. So,
yeah,
there we go.
Cool.
All right, we had another super chat from Zach. Appreciate him and everybody else so much. He says, thanks for staying up late for us listeners hustling on a second job for their family. And we appreciate you guys. This has been a great turnout. I think we almost had like 800 viewers in here when the Chargers were picking. So that was a lot of fun. And we've stuck pretty consistently around 300 and 400-ish. So this has been a great night, man. And I know some people will disagree with the pick and be, upset about everything, but I do think this is going to work out for the Chargers ultimately. And we're going to be live tomorrow as well. We're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow with some more guests. Tomorrow for me is like really where this draft gets a lot of fun. Although this first round was pretty crazy, man. Like this was one of the crazier first rounds that I can remember. Tyler, any final thoughts before we head out?
That's how I felt, man. Like I just wanted to get through the first round because it's like, okay, they're probably going to take a player I like. It's almost guaranteed because there's so many good ones. And they did. Now we get into round 2 and round 3, which, can be scary sometimes as well. If you're a Chargers fan, you know what round 3 is like, but like this is the part of the draft that's really fun and really good. These are where the my guys really are, So round 2, round 3, they go out and get themselves one heck of a solid defensive back or defensive. Like there's so many players again that I would be really happy with in round 2, round 3. So just keep addressing the positions that you need, keep addressing the depth of the draft. And I think you're going to come out at the end of all of this with a solid draft. I'm really excited. I can't wait. Round 2, like tomorrow is my favorite. As the day I was looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's going to do it for us tonight, guys. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Again, want to thank our guests that showed up tonight, Billy Marshall, Daniel Harms, Brentley Weissman, as well as Shane Carter. So appreciate all of them. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the guests tonight. We're going to have a lot more fun guests tomorrow as well. So Tyler, Arjun, Alex, as always, appreciate all of you guys as well. And we'll see you tomorrow.